Hello, 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 everyone, and welcome back to the Team Jacked podcast. I am your host, Raymond McNeil, and once again, away for a brief time is Twilight Guardian, um, who will not be joining us because she is still on vacation. Uh, don't worry, that's why we have a guest helping fill in. But also always joining me is the exuberant Kaiser Shonen.
Eh, okay, we're cycled. I think this is the second exuberant one. Exuberant tag that I've gotten for this stream.
Random adjective generator, man. It's going to do that. Thank you so much
Yeah.
to Robert Glendinning for the 10 gifted memberships. Everyone who got caught in that blast, enjoy all the nice things except for Deaderex. Enjoy all the new emotes and getting into the Tundra Discord server if you have linked your Discord to your YouTube. Hopefully that works. Again, that's finicky. Um, but yes, also joining us as a guest is Periodic Pete.
Knock knock internet. Also Sketchy Sam, don't think I didn't see you there. No, we are not going to talk about that stream.
Being bad at Mega Man
Wait,
X.
sorry. What?
I
I don't know what you're talking about. I'm the best at Mega Man X.
I'm gonna sit here and I'm gonna defend him because I personally like side scrollers have been really hit or miss with me. I do not prefer them. And like Mega Man is chief. The original Mega Man's especially, but even Mega Man X with its improved controls, they irritate the hell out of me. I always feel like I'm like chained, like my arms are constricted to my sides with them.
And I'm just out here looking like fucking LeBron, in front compared to the rest to two of you when it comes to
Just
this.
Kaiser's like get on my level. No, I do
Billy
like.
Donuts, hello.
Yeah, welcome, Billy.
Hey, Billy Donuts.
I did
Mr.
have
Left
fun
Hand.
with Mega Man X. I'm not good at it. But I do think it's at least the first one is a very fun game.
Yeah, I mean, I used to love it as a kid, but I would have to go over to my friend's house to play it. Like that was one of the first, and I never knew what it was called. Like it was like one of those things I would go over there, play, and not really know what it was until much later, until I was like a teenager.
Yeah.
Like, oh, that's Mega Man X. Okay.
It's like one of those. Sorry, I interrupted you. I'm so sorry about that.
No, I was just floundering as I finished my line.
Yeah, it's like one of those it's like one of those games that you played at like an age when you like before you were literate and you just can't remember what it was called.
Yeah.
Fun fact, that was actually how I discovered Kingdom Hearts.
Ah.
I went to a daycare as a kid, and the daycare had a PlayStation 2, and the only game that they had on it was Jak and Daxter. And then one day, the Jak and Daxter box, it was very fun. I want to play Jak and Daxter. To this very day, I still want to try to play it at some point. But one day, we noticed that Jak and Daxter was gone. But like all we found was this other box. And all we knew is that it had a spiky-haired main character on the front box. So we obviously that must mean that it was Jak and Daxter. So we plugged it in there. We're like, I don't remember Donald Duck being in this game.
I was gonna say, like, you and Twi is in chat right now from deep within the southern regions of North America, and she's like, "Get on mining Kaiser's levels, boys." I'm sitting here having played through several Resident Evils with tank controls and fixed cameras, and I'm just like, I don't know.
Okay, some people are good at soccer, some at b-ball, man.
Yeah.
Like, it is what it
Outside
is.
of the school, we're a couple of kids.
Yeah.
Okay, wait. Kirim the Frozen, I'm so excited that Dragon Slayer is returning. It came out in the 80s. Falcom recently announced it. You know what I also saw announced was Sin getting a remaster. Which, holy shit, I remember watching Ross's Game Dungeon on it, and that's a game series that, like, looked like it had potential. Like, it had kind of a Duke Nukem vibe to it.
Okay.
Sorry,
awesome.
Dragon Slayer? Are we talking about we're talking about like a video game, or am I'm thinking of like a cartoon that I want.
It sounds.
I don't know if it was good.
It sounds like a game. If it's coming out with like a remaster.
Okay. There was like a cartoon on Cartoon Network that I think was called Dragon Slayer or Dragon Hunter or something like that.
It was.
Was it Dragon's Dogma?
No,
No.
this was a show.
Oh, sorry.
Wait, is it Dragon Riders? I think you might be thinking of freaking JetX on that one.
Oh no, it was definitely Cartoon Network. No, it was like this cartoon where like every new episode they would hunt a new dragon, and they lived on like these floating islands or some shit.
Wait.
No,
sorry. You said cartoon, is it not CGI, right?
No, I don't think it was. No, I'm pretty sure it was.
Okay.
It was a drawn cartoon.
So it's not How to Train Your
No,
Dragons TV
no.
series. Which
No,
I had like.
no. This was long
Yeah,
before that.
I was gonna say that had 3 TV series. Did you know that?
I did
Yeah,
not.
it did.
It had like
It
one
did.
after each movie. It's wacky.
Which is just crazy to think about. I'm trying to look it up right now.
See, happy birthday
Happy
overhyping.
birthday.
HJ5's grabbed a copy of RE9 today. Guess I'm playing it tomorrow.
Yeah.
Well, I hope you have fun. It
Oh,
is
Dragon Booster, is that what it is?
Oh no. This was not JetX. It was Cartoon Network. I do know what you're talking about though. Dragon Booster.
Okay,
was
yeah.
Grabbed yeah. So RE9 is a lot of fun. We did our whole stream, obviously talking about it with I Know Nothing. I still realize there's even more problems with it. Well, not really as many. One of the cool details is, remember when we talked about that bullshit thing where Leon said, I didn't hit any of her vitals to the giant blob monster?
Yeah.
Well, apparently it does have an exposed heart. Like it's kind of hard to see when it's moving, but like you can see it has an exposed heart like a tyrant does. And if you try to aim at it, when you pull the trigger, Leon's aim will flick up away from it. Now the question then is, why didn't Leon go for the vitals of this giant monster that is threatening him, and he has no idea that will be curable? But maybe he just accidentally, but like Leon's been fighting monsters with obvious weak points for a while. He's kind of tuned to kill them. So there's a big problem there. And then I also realized this was the director of Resident Evil 7. And like Resident Evil 7, it gives you a choice near the end of the game, really near the end of the game for Resident Evil 9, that either results in the good ending or the bad ending. And there's like very little reason to choose the bad ending one. It's a really weird design quirk, this guy, and I really kind of hate it.
Yeah.
Oh, Legend of the Dragon Hunters? Is that what?
No, I think it was just called Dragon Hunters.
It wasn't the Knights of Ilnach Nor, was it?
No. Oh wait, hold on. I found the image of it. Oh wait, was this CG? I don't remember this.
What?
Okay, here, I'll like post
an
an image of it in chat. Yeah, give me a second. The image.
This has to be a really old one because I don't remember that shit showing up.
Celtic, you quote the
Dragon
RE9 stream. We know that was the Leon Simping
Yeah, I've
stream.
never seen this.
Look, if there is a single RE9 stream out there that isn't the Leon Simping stream, you're not watching an RE9 stream, okay?
Yeah, for real.
Multiple endings in games nowadays confuse me because there's always one ending that's canon, and I just think, then what's the point of the other endings? If it's a standalone game, like Silent Hill 2 or Signalis or some of the other Silent Hills, multiple endings are great.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
But then you get into like Silent Hill F technically has multiple endings. One is considered the true ending, but technically speaking, there is no confirmation which ending is really fully canon. So
yeah, and like you said, it's a self-contained game anyways. So like that fits and it makes sense given the general things that are going on with the game anyway. It's just that from what you describe in RE9, it just doesn't really feel purposeful. There's no real reason or any sort of exploration of an idea. It just doesn't happen.
Yeah, and like in some ways, like even if they're like multiple endings can also be a way to like show basically a way for you to be able to express your own understanding of like the character's world or mechanics that you've been interacting with thus far. Cough cough amnesia.
Yes.
But like yeah, for a game series, because you said that like the two different endings were for Resident Evil was that either like Leon dies and like all the evil stuff happens and the bad guys take over or whatnot, or you get the usual boss fight. at the very
So,
end. Like those, right?
Well, then first, like, because this relates to Resident Evil 7. In Resident Evil 7, you get a choice between saving your wife, who you came to Louisiana, who's been missing for 3 years. You came here specifically to find her and rescue her from a horrible fate. You get a choice between that and saving the girl who is the daughter of the people that you're fighting against, who has been helping you this entire journey. And it's this weird dichotomy. It's like a dissonance between the player and like the character. Because as the player, naturally you would want to save Zoe because she has been an active participant in the story and helping you out. And Mia has only been an infected pain in your ass this entire time. On the flip side, Mia is Ethan's wife. Like, flat out.
She's the whole reason you're here.
Yeah, she's the whole so not saving her would be confusing narratively. Like, there wasn't any reason, and this is before you learn how involved Mia was in the entire conspiracy involving Evelyn. Like, if you were given the choice after that point, it would make a lot more sense, because Ethan could be like, you have lied to me my entire life about who you really are. Like, you are not my wife. You're not the person I married. You're some chimera in her skin, and I'm going to save the actual person that's been nothing but upfront with me. Like, there's that option. Like, but that's not how the game is structured. It's really weird. Remember Resident Evil 7 has DLC? Yes. I thought RE9 took place in Florida. It does not. It takes place in Raccoon City and just to the east of it, which we don't even know where Raccoon City is, but that's a whole conversation. But RE9
probably right next to Springfield, I imagine.
Yeah. Resident Evil 9 ends with do you free this thing that Spencer created that may or may not be an evil virus, but also is something he calls his hope for the future, or do you destroy it? And it's pretty obvious at this point,
any indication.
Without
any indication that it would absolutely be like a good thing for humanity, because by all accounts, from what you have said anyway, this is the guy who is basically behind every single bad thing that's ever happened in this series.
Well, like, but that's the thing, is like, on the meta level, all that Grace has seen is that this guy wants to repent for what he did, and so this is his repentance. It raises a whole bunch of fucking questions, but it turns out that if you free it, it's a cure to the T-virus and all viral infections and such, and it'll basically completely upset the balance of super weapons in that setting, which doesn't make sense. But that's a whole another box. But basically, the other option is you destroy it, and if you destroy it, it ends up getting Leon killed, the facility collapses, the Wesker clone survives, and Victor Gideon, the main antagonist, just doesn't show up again. It's a really weird, bad ending, and like, it's bad in both senses of the word. Just, I don't know why it's there. It kind of feels like they could have put resources towards literally anything else.
Literally anything. Speaking of wasting time and resources, the subject of tonight's video, ladies and gentlemen, this is the first time covering this creator. I believe it's PintIsHere or PintIsHere.
I imagine they drink.
Yeah.
Wait, so freeing the thing was the good ending? It's very complicated, but from the metatextual nature of the game, you can tell that freeing it is the good ending. It's like, it's pretty easy. Like, people are like, oh, a couple of the guests accidentally stumbled upon the good ending of the, in spite of the game. No, this is the thing. The game indicates that freeing Elpis is nothing but a good thing. Everything about it points in that direction, because it completely rewrites the character of Spencer. Like, it retcons Spencer. You're actually harmed in the story for having knowledge of the larger lore, because everyone who has played most of the games knows that Spencer is a piece of shit who should not be trusted. But I was watching this and I'm like, they are changing this. Like, this is not the Spencer I know, so I know they want me to go a different direction.
Which is very weird too, because from what I've seen, the game makes so many callbacks to past games, as though it is expecting, veteran players who have, just intimate knowledge with the games and the lore to be playing this. And then they make such a...
think the way that happens is that you have a lot of people on the team who are deeply, deeply passionate about the series and the lore, but the people writing it don't have as deep a knowledge or understanding, or even worse, they just don't care. and they disregard that stuff and do their own thing anyway, while maintaining the veneer that they are within I mean, we have the whole question of what fucking continuity Requiem takes place in, because it's a mixture of every single fucking game in the series, including the ones that were remade. So which ones are the canon ones, the originals or the remakes? I don't know.
Well, Raymond, the real Resident Evils are the Leons we goon for along the way.
But it's kind of, there was another question here. It's like, which game would I want remade the most? There's a couple.
I think you said Code Veronica.
Code Veronica is the one I maybe want remade the most, but I would also like, I want to be very clear here. I want a full remaster, like just a visual remaster and resupport of Resident Evil Outbreak, those games, like rolled into one package. I think that would be amazing because it hops on the multiplayer train, but without sacrificing what makes Resident Evil like 5 and 6. And then I would want a File 3 for Outbreak that uses the new engine. I think that would be really fun. So you kind of get your cake and eat it too. If you do a full remake and give us the remaster of Outbreak, I would be so fucking happy, but I doubt that's even on the table. Isn't actually right. He just grew regretful in his dementia. People say dementia. That's not fucking dementia. That's not how that works. No. There is such a small fucking window of time where he could change his fucking opinion on things. It does not make any sense. And everything that we have from the literature leading up to his death indicates that he was all on board with trying to preserve his life. Up until the bitter end, he was trying to become immortal, and he failed. That was it. There's also, like, this goes all the way back to the fact that we see shit he was developing in the goddamn 90s. It's... Anyway, we have art from Daigato. Guys Night 4, I brought the beer.
Yeah.
Now we just gotta wait for Guys Night. It's fucking hell. I know nothing. So
yeah. I guess now we do need a 5th Guys Night poster. Oh my god.
So with tank controls or modern controls for the remakes. If you were to full remake Outbreak, they would probably just do the controls, and they actually have a good template for it. Like, I don't mind that so much. It just means they have to do a lot of redesigning. Anyway, Code Veronica, you mean the Redfield family reunion? Yeah, like, anyway, we got to get into the actual video at play, because I think we've preambled enough.
Yeah.
So yeah, this is PintIsHere. I've never heard of this guy before, but
I think I've seen some of his vids around. I might have even watched one of them a while back, but I don't remember.
He has actually a few interesting topics that I would like to cover. Unfortunately, almost all of them involve Bleach, and I'm still going through that series. We actually skipped over the last 10 episodes of the Bount Arc. Because
that's not a bad thing.
That's not a bad thing. Like, we basically thought we squeezed about everything positive out of the Bount Arc.
Okay.
I hate the Bount Arc, man.
The only thing that you're missing are like 3 recurring characters that show up once in a while in some of the other arcs.
No, I mean, like we watched, I want to say 3/4 of the Bount Arc.
Okay.
So I'm familiar with Rerein and the other 2 mod souls that showed up. And I like them fine. I mean, I hate the guy that looks like the fucking Pokemon trainer from Sword and Shield. But I've known people who
talking about Gumby, the guy, or are you talking about like one of the Bounts? I thought you were talking about
no. It's the guy that turns into the pink bag. He wears like an ugly top hat and he's like blood,
I know.
hairs.
Yeah, I know who you're talking about.
Fucking hate that guy. He's just an excuse to have double exposition. Meanwhile, Ninja Dude and Rerein, they're chill in my books.
Yeah.
And also Orihime got to do some things in that arc. Like, I picked and choose what I liked from that arc, and I'm just like, okay, these small things are canon.
Yeah.
Like Uryu being into MILFs. That's canon now.
You know what? He kind of has a very similar vibe to Kakyoin from JoJo's the same way. So you know what? I expect that. You know.
But yeah, he has a couple of videos talking about different power scaling stuff and the different like power sets and different rules for media, but a lot of them had Bleach involved, and I didn't want to take the risk, especially since I just learned what a Vizen is, and apparently that's going to be a whole thing. Ninja Dude and Chad have a lovely conversation. That was a great bit. It had its moments. The Bount Arc had its moments, and then we got to the Soul Society, and it was just like, we're trying to do Soul Society arc again. It's like, no.
Yeah, let's do other stuff, please.
Yeah, just other stuff would be nice.
You got hundreds of episodes. You can do other stuff.
Yeah,
I wanted more slice of life stuff, but I'm weird in that I always want more slice of life stuff.
No, I kind of feel that, like, because especially out of other like shonen main characters, like Ichigo is kind of like surprisingly more down to earth than a lot of other ones.
It's really frustrating when I'm like looking at the My Hero fandom. Everyone's like, "Oh, the joint training arc is the worst arc in the show," and I'm like, "Fucking how?" Well, it doesn't do anything for the plot. It's just a bunch of characters we don't care about, and I'm like, it's like showing you what the natural like behaviors of these people are when they're not in a crazy life, or it's grounding the narrative in what normal school life is for these characters and showing off how far do you guys not care about how characters develop and grow?
Yeah, I would like, if I were to talk about why, hypothetically at least, because I haven't even seen the joint training arc in a while, if I were to make the argument as to like why it's not very good, it's not that like, oh, it's a slice of life thing, bad. It's just like, okay, talking about whether or not it succeeds as a slice of life episode, I guess. I mean, not even as a slice of life, but you know what I mean, as like a grounding kind of short mini arc kind of thing. Does it succeed at what it's trying to do?
And then when you look back at the rest of the series, it sets up a lot of major points, like Momo's leadership, Denki's bravery. It sets up obviously Shinso for his big moments. It sets up Monoma. It obviously has the big moment with Black Whip and Uraraka. Like these are big important stepping stones that people are just like, yeah, we can cut them. Like we just need the Black Whip stuff.
Yeah.
Like,
I don't
think you guys.
Okay, it might, like, again, if I were to make this whole thing, all right, Kaiser cut version of this argument, okay. I would say, okay, cutting it, no, that's not on the fucking table, because you do need to break up shit like this in between like major story arcs like that. Like, come on. But like, I would like, if I were to make the argument, I would just make the argument of like, okay, how do we do this but a little bit better, assuming that it doesn't do any of it well. Right.
But yeah, so Yugok says one day you'll clear Bleach and can go back to this guy. Yeah, no, that's the plan. Like, there's probably a lot once I know what Bleach is fully. Probably will resume Bleach, but not anytime soon. Actually, I wonder if like by the time we catch up, whether or not the 1,000-Year War arc will be out. But no, it's like one of those really frustrating things. I'm like looking at the other arcs of MHA, and I'm like, there are other ones that I could complain about. Like MVA had problems. I think Overhaul had problems. People don't like me shitting on either of those. People really love those arcs. I'm sitting here, I'm like, I feel like they've got major problems in terms of pacing.
They absolutely do, especially Overhaul. Like the pacing issues in regards to MVA, I feel is a little bit more like fixable in a lot of ways.
Overhaul needs an overhaul.
Yeah,
I was about to make that joke.
No, but
you gotta be quicker.
I actually agree. I think MVA is stronger than Overhaul.
Yeah, easily.
I will agree. Like, I think most people should point to the worst arc is the licensing exam. And I specifically point.
I can probably cop to that. Sure.
There's a number of things I could point to, but I point specifically to the mini arc where Deku has to discover he has legs.
What? I'm sorry. I'm gonna need context for that.
So
I know that's just more.
Deku in the story is so obsessed with following. Like, the explanation is that Deku is so obsessed in following All Might's footsteps. In terms of becoming he's basically inherited All Might's powers, and he wants to become the new All Might, the new symbol of peace. That he only keeps mimicking. What?
Let me just I need to stop you there before like I lose the chance to make this pun. So you're saying that he wants to follow in his footsteps, but he forgets that he has legs?
Yeah, I saw the pun. So he's following in All Might's footsteps, and All Might has a very boxing style. He's using a lot of fists and such. He only uses his legs for mobility. However, that's the explanation. I do not think Deku is really that unobservant about himself. Because like he keeps breaking his arms. Like that's the
even
whole thing. You can't keep breaking his arms.
Even from early on, he understands that like, okay, yeah, I'm fucking up my arms. So he like we're talking about the same guy that has observed this problem to the point of, you know, utilizing full cowling, which is spreading a small percentage of the power throughout his entire body. You mean to tell me it took him another season for him to figure out to focus some of his power to his legs, too?
I was going to say, like, the first thing he learns to do with full cowling is jump around like a goddamn jumping bean. Like, the kid, his first instinct is to use his legs. It's like, Deku, you didn't think you could just kick? It's one of the most frustrating aspects because it feels like there is quote unquote an explanation because like anyone can get tunnel visioned, but I'm sitting here, I'm like, with how analytical Midoriya is, I feel like he wouldn't miss this.
Yeah, especially in regards to just how much he experiments with his own powers anyway. Like it's not impossible for him to overlook something. It's just that I don't know, something like this is very, very strange.
He only uses leg for mobility. You mean like legs? You can use your legs for other things.
Yeah, a leg can do two things.
Yeah. What's the video about? Well, the video in particular, now that we're back on topic.
The video in particular.
How animes fail their power systems, which is a very interesting topic because power systems are an incredibly versatile thing, not only in anime, but in all of fiction. Every single story has a set power system. I mean, legendarily, the back workings of the magic system in Lord of the Rings is incredibly complicated, even though it comes off incredibly soft in its delivery. It's one of those things that, like, the author knows how these things work, so when they are applied, it's still consistent, even if we, the audience, don't know. And you can easily fuck them up. Like, say if your name is Chad M. Brooks. So I believe we have 3 examples here. We have is it JoJo?
So it's Naruto, Jujutsu Kaisen, and Solo Leveling in the thumbnail, I believe.
Yeah. So we're gonna see what he has to say about these different power levels and all this kinds of stuff, and hopefully it'll start some conversation. Because I don't know if we're gonna disagree with this guy. Power system or power scaling? Power system, but it does bleed into power scaling. Like, limitations of a power system play into power scaling quite a bit. Didn't you do a video on someone bitching about power scaling? I think so.
I did, but it's not this guy.
It's not this guy.
The other guy was trying to say that like Frieren doesn't have power scaling, which is just blatantly wrong. So
the joke of the title here is that like power scalers hate to say that like there's limitations here or there. Like, I always want my guy to win, that sort of thing.
Yeah, exactly.
So yeah, let's see what he has to say.
Every power system needs a leash. No matter how creative or innovative your abilities are, without some kind of limiter, your battles will lose their most essential ingredient. That is, their tension. To solve this, almost nearly every shonen relies on the same trope. An energy system. Think of chakra, mana, ki, cursed energy. The name changes, but the idea is always the same.
Hey, this guy's copying my video about World Trigger.
Sir, please show no more of Bleach. I don't know what was happening there, but I don't want to know. I literally skimmed this video looking for footage and making sure it wasn't there, and that came by so fast I must have missed it. That sucks. Do you think power levels are stupid? That's a very complicated question.
It depends on like what you're talking. Like, it depends on like what the show means by power level exactly, because like it can kind of all depend. Because you know, in some cases, so like in the case of like World Trigger, which we definitely will not be talking about a lot, is that the amount of Tryon, while not something that is like numerically quantified, like in the same vein as like the way like Dragon Ball does it with like their scouters or whatever. It is still something that you understand is like greater or lesser for some people, and that amount affects what all they can do, the efficiency of like the weapons that they have, how effective those weapons are, I should say, and also whether or not they're even able to use other weapons.
I was gonna say you gotta be careful using the scouter as an example, because the scouter,
because they throw that away.
The point of the scouter is to show that they're completely ineffective and these people are full of shit.
Yeah, that's true. I guess a better example would be like what they later did in Yu Yu Hakusho, ironically.
You can tell I've not watched very far in Dragon Ball Z. I've really only watched like the Freeze arc and the Cell arc.
No, that was literally, it was the
Freeze arc where they kind of just threw that shit out the window, because that was meant as like a piece to showcase, okay, this is how the villains view energy, this is how the main characters view this kind of stuff.
But I was gonna say the qualifier for me when it comes down to that is, how hard line are the levels? Is the levels people trying to kind of eyeball how powerful people are? Like that's where I get really frustrated in, like, the DBZ example is like, the characters quote unquote have power level, but they're always breaking past it. They're breaking it constantly. And they're always fluctuating in and out of like different levels. It doesn't really matter.
Which is what's so cool about World Trigger, is because like, the amount of try-on that someone has is set, and they're stuck with that for life, which is important.
Well, not entirely, but it's for a very, very significant amount of time compared to most other shows.
Yeah, it's not something that like people can train out of it as easily as like in other shonen or like in Dragon Ball, and it's important that that is established, because the whole point of the show is about talking about the ingenuity, how ingenuity and creativity can overcome just raw power.
That sounds real. I can't wait till we get to World Trigger.
It's very good. And to remind you guys, it's going to be rebooted at some point.
Yeah, boy.
There is no release date, but get excited for that. But the issue, circling back to Dragon Ball, I guess, it's not that like just that the power levels keep rising higher and higher necessarily. It's how these powers are utilized within the narrative. As you go further and further in, aside from a set couple of examples, Dragon Ball's fights become far less interesting to actually watch. It always involves the same set couple or few characters reacting very similarly to like the same things going on. And the difference is what clothes they're wearing, or what cool aura frame they're trying to utilize this time around.
To put it simply, Dragon Ball is just WWE.
Essentially, which is fine if WWE was like 100 episodes, but like fucking 1,000, you can't have a story go that long and have with a power system that is that simple. It just doesn't work.
Yugok says, I'm realizing how often power levels as tangible numbers get dropped fast in most battle shonen. They do, because like they're completely untenable
they don't
to actually
really do that.
Because like the one that comes to mind is One Punch Man. They have like the grading system, and that's not necessarily a qualifier of like, that is literally just, we need to figure out how like the different qualities you have that might like comprehensively determine where you are in a hierarchy, but it doesn't strictly determine how useful you are. I mean, everyone's favorite boy, oh god, what's his name? Moomin Rider. Everyone's favorite guy is Moomin Rider, because that fucker just does not stay down. He gets back up and he keeps fighting no matter he's going to lose. He's the most inspirational fucker, and that's not quantifiable. Like, I can't remember, does he? I think he upgrades. Doesn't he upgrade from that?
Does he?
I think so.
I think he gets promotion because he was just so fucking... I don't remember. Maybe I'm just imagining that because I want the best for my boy. Izanagi says, I'm getting an uncanny feeling hearing the DBZ talk, as I'm seeing all these issues in Fate, which breaks power level scales often, and so also eventually devolve into beams. Fate is even more wonky than DBZ. Do not get me fucking started on Fate. Fate's you have this tier of summon, or whatever they're called, of
Yeah, you have the
abilities.
different classes. You have different ranks for each of their different like skills and abilities and stuff. Even though apparently, like you can have all this great stuff, but like it apparently doesn't matter much if your master isn't great or if you're fighting a high school teacher.
Oh my god. Like, and also the characters themselves are just really stupid when it comes to using the abilities that they have. So, like, again, it's not just important for the system itself to be solid, because technically speaking, Dragon Ball's system makes sense within its own story.
God, I
It's
love
just the
fat,
way
but
that
it's
it's handled.
insan. I think you
What?
missed a few letters there, buddy.
What?
This guy's like, God, I love fat, but it's insan. I think he was trying to say, man, God, I love fate, but it's insane. And like,
Okay, okay. Dude, you missed all the E's, bro. Did you do that on purpose?
Oh my God, it is literally just the E's. I too love fat, provided it's in all the right places. My man.
All right, moving on.
Yes.
So far, he didn't say anything we disagree with.
Yeah. Again, I don't know. I don't think we're going to disagree almost at all. I think it's just this is a
These
good
are
topic to
forgotten.
stimulate conversation.
Hell
An
yeah.
invisible battery that keeps battles in check. I like to use a bucket and tap analogy. Let me cook here. Every character is carrying around an invisible bucket that is filled with their respective energy system. Some characters' buckets are huge, while some are tiny, which is usually down to genetics, training, or both. Meanwhile, the tap controls how much of that energy a character can release at once. So someone with a small bucket but large tap might be able to unleash one massive attack before being drained dry, while someone with a large bucket but with a narrow tap can keep pumping out weaker moves almost endlessly. Of course, many
And if your tap stays too narrow for too long, after about 4 hours, go see a doctor.
Yeah.
Yeah, it also kind of depends a little bit on like which magic system exactly we're talking about. Because while this analogy probably fits a lot for like just a lot of anime, because they tend to use a lot of the same kind of tropes from magic systems. I would not saying that it wouldn't, but I'd be curious how this analogy would apply to like say like you were saying earlier, the Lord of the Rings magic system or
Yeah, like
Harry
systems
Potter
that are
magic
much more
system.
soft.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, like, you never see anyone get exhausted in Harry Potter from casting spells. Like
Yeah.
one thing that came to mind immediately is because I love tabletop games, Pathfinder. There's actually very few classes that run on anything equivalent to a mana system. Most classes run on most spellcasters run on the Vancian magic system, where you have spell slots, and when you run out of spell slots, you just can't cast magic anymore. It's a very hard cap, and it's not strictly speaking about the energy you have, but what you have prepared before you go into battle. So
Yes.
it's one of those things where I'm sitting here and I'm like, well, he's only talking about limitation in terms of battery. He's not talking about limitation in terms of just ability. Because like, what if you have just like an unlimited ability to do something, but it's a very specific thing you can do? It's not something that you can just keep, like, you have to have a specific, like, oh, I can teleport between shadows. It's a very powerful ability, but there's got to be shadows. If you don't have shadows, you can't do it.
And that's essentially, I think that's essentially what JoJo stands do. I mean, there is on some level some amount of like stamina cap to an extent, like if the user is conscious, depending on how the stand works. But for the most part, the users can basically use their abilities however often they want to, unless specified otherwise.
Yeah. Izanagi says, I feel like the tap bucket thing is useful, but also limited in scope. There are other types of limits. Yeah, you literally sent that as I was hitting on that. Hikaru says, as Barbosa once said, these are more like guidelines than rules. And I choose to see power level gubbins as guide depending on the material.
Like with stands, right? Like for example, hey, if you got a stand like Jotaro's from Part 3, which is that he can punch really hard and later, stop time. He can do that however often he wants. Well, maybe not the stop time part because apparently it's not healthy for him. but he can only stop time for about a few seconds.
Yeah, like micro. Yugok says, wait, wasn't Ichigo's Reiatsu output also get explained by a tap? Yes, this is very much like Bleach. Look, I have problems with Bleach, and one of them is that people just keep getting fucking power from somewhere. It's like the DBZ problem of just like, oh, you're down and out, but you still got the fight back. Like it's like
he gets the second wind.
This is applied to Ruby semblances. I was about to mention Ruby because it's an excellent example of how you fuck up your magic system. Because
which one?
Well, that's the thing.
Yeah, which system? Right?
You have Aura, which does a number of things, except it doesn't. It has a limited amount of energy, except when it doesn't.
Except when it doesn't.
And then it fuels your semblance, except when it doesn't.
Except when it doesn't.
Like, again, we go back to the age-old question. If Crow just kept breaking his aura, like, every day intentionally, or just turned it off, would his bad luck just not be a factor?
Well, the other thing, too, is that Crow's semblances also never made sense to me. I've talked with Kaiser about it, but I'd be curious what your thoughts are on this take of mine. So, like, in comparison to, what's his name? Who's the guy who has the opposite semblance? Clover? Oh, what? Clover, right. Why did I think... Yeah, because 4-leaf. Anyways, so, like, because Clover's whole thing is that, he brings good luck. But his good luck that he brings only seems to apply to, like, allies of his, right? Like, it's never like the good luck of his applies to the enemies as well as his allies, the way that Crow's does.
Right, well,
or am I mistaken?
Does Crow's even apply to his enemies?
I don't know. I honestly, it's what's weird about it is that, like, everyone else seems to, if anything, like, it's interesting how you have someone with a semblance that they cannot control the target of. And it's also, as far as I'm aware of, the only instance of a semblance that's like that.
Yeah.
A passive.
It's never utilized to that extent.
I was going to say,
show, like, the dynamics of it.
In fixing, at the very least, the whole idea that we have to tweak it is that it is kind of targeted. It's like, it's a constant passive, and it's really dependent upon the mindset of the person that has it. So, because, like, it's kind of the same, like, the idea that what Crow needs to do, I don't know how we're going to take this exactly, but the idea with Crow is he needs to see things that he wants to happen as unlucky. And so the luck will be kind of tricked into it. It's all based on his mindset. He needs to basically double think in his head in order to get his semblance to work in a way that he wants. As opposed to Clover, who can just think of positive things or, like, kind of presume in a certain way that things will work out, and they will. Like, it's that basically Crow has to do a little more legwork to get his to work on his behalf. Metal. Don't remind me. Metal doesn't exist. Metal doesn't exist, all right?
Yeah, no. There is no like metal embossing.
Wait, you mean like copper?
Oh my God.
No, that's metal. I said metal.
No. Like platinum.
God, I don't know why I didn't just go with that.
You just get busted.
I was trying to quote Red versus Blue, but I got counterspelled.
Ramara, yeah, my spell slots are gone. Yamara says power systems are a gradient depending on what their story needs. It is a tool, logical, or it's about emotions, whimsical. Most anime are in the middle, leaning towards emotion. I have a thought on that. Sky Slasher says, so fixing Crow's semblance is like Black Cat. I don't know enough about Black Cat.
Me neither.
But I will say, one of my favorite power systems is Madoka Magica, where you can almost every magical girl is capable of an incredible output of power, but as you do, it basically wears down your soul. Quite literally, your power is limited by depression, and the more you use it, the more depressed you get until you witch out. It's like literally, and the only way to get cured is to absorb, is to find, grief seeds and absorb the darkness into them and cast them aside. Like, the system works very much like intentionally on emotion, and the limiter is just like, how mentally stable are you?
That's those kinds of power systems are always really interesting to me, because, like, when you have, like, a magic system that is tied directly to, like, the state of mind that a person is in. This also goes for your Fixing Ruby version of Crow, is that it allows for you to tie, in a way, like the fights and making it like an allegory for their development as a character. This is also sort of why I really like bending as well, that the idea that like each of the bending styles are themselves also tied to like these states of mind of each of the different nations. You have like stubbornness for earthbending, you have willpower for fire, etc., etc. And while I've never been fully satisfied with like really like the length at which that they've explored that, the fact that they can has always been something that is very fascinating to me, even like for ideas that I have for my own writing. And there's just so many different places you can take it.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, that's why I love Madoka Magica, is that every single fight in that show, when you break it down, has a very deep emotional core. Like, there is a reason, like, the fights that we end up seeing all have a kind of correlation to a struggle someone is going through and what they're combating. The most apparent one is obviously when Sayaka fucking cracks. It's one of my favorite fights of all time, because like it's the end of an episode. She has gone like, she's like, oh, I can just detach the nerves of my body because my soul is encased in this stone. Like, I can just not feel pain. Holy shit, I can just go all out. And so she's kind of in a manic haze, beating the shit out of witches in this beautiful silhouette. And you can, like, the only thing you see is black, white, the colored outlines of the characters involved, and then the blood splatter as she's beating a fucking witch to death, and with a grin on her face. It is just visually beautiful and, like, emotionally horrifying. And I love it to death.
That sounds awesome. What fight did you say that was?
Oh, it was... Oh, it's like the end of an episode. I want to say it's after... You've watched Madoka Magica, haven't you, or have you not?
I've watched some of it. Like, I did a like brief like skim through of it. I when like the that last time that we were watching a video on like time travel and stuff.
Right.
But it's been a while since I think I watched the whole series.
She turned on her pain inhibitors.
Oh my god.
But yeah, no, it's like in episode 6 or 7. There's a really, really cool moment where basically they all learn that all the magical girls, their souls have been put into the soul gems. Like, it wasn't just called a soul gem for no reason. Their souls are in there. Their bodies are basically just puppets that the soul gems are controlling now. And so, like, one character throws away another person's soul gem not knowing this, and once it gets outside of, like, roughly 100 meters, the body just falls limp.
Oh yeah.
It's like a like really, really like upsetting moment for everyone, because everyone's like, wait, what the fuck just happened? Like, literally, she was about to throw down with her rival. Like, they were about to have this fight so they can finally settle things together. And like, this gets interrupted by one of their friends, throws it off, completely kills the battle, and all of them are like, what the fuck? Oh god. Yeah, just watch Madoka Magica. Yeah, everyone go watch Madoka Magica. It's great.
I need to get into it.
Yeah.
But anyways, moving on.
Many power systems don't stop there, rightfully so. Some go deeper, introducing other variables like replenishment speed, which is how quickly your bucket fills back up. Efficiency, how much energy actually translates into power versus how much is wasted. Or control, how precisely a character can manage the flow of their energy. These are all ideas that I encourage any writer to blend into their power system. Together, these reveal the truth.
Yeah. And I actually just realized a great example I can bring up. Ironically, the kind of like one of the best contrasts to Sword Art Online is Frontier. Why am I blanking on the name?
Shangri-La Frontier.
Yeah, Shangri-La and Frontier. They utilize the systems of the video game they're in perfectly in terms of
excellent.
Like, you get to see like when the pop-ups happen and the characters are like, okay, I only have this much mana left for this kind of, like, I can only do this kind of technique a couple of more times.
Yeah,
like,
and its ability lasts for like X amount of seconds. Things like that. I love it so
on top
much.
of that, because the characters are in a game, it's technically speaking low stakes, but they make it feel high stakes. So when the characters die and lose, you feel their frustration, Like you feel more along the lines of watching someone like do a let's play, die and lose so much progress. It's great.
Dude, the many times that Son Raku was fighting those scorpions.
That's one of those
trying to fight the golden scorpion because he just loves those rare materials for like some new weapons. And he's like, God damn it, dude.
That's one of those kinds of like situations where like, low stakes are kind of I ironically feel a lot higher because that like the stakes aren't super high. That like there is less a chance that there's a greater chance that the writer will be like, well, maybe they don't win because like the consequences don't affect as much, and so like it does kind of like get you a little bit more. That's why I liked cartoons like Chaotic as a kid, because they weren't like every single duel was like to the ends of the earth or some shit like that. Sometimes
to the Shadow Realm.
Yeah, no, it was just like, hey, I'm gonna take your Dark Magician card, or Maxor, I guess was his card.
Yeah. Maxor, oh god, he's gonna be over edited to death.
Damn it,
I know nothing says
like,
shame the Madoka author didn't bring Urobuchi didn't bring any of that quality to Fate Zero when he wrote it. Look, man, there's only so much you can do when you're locked into a prequel for Fate Stay Night. Like, he tried. Honestly, that's the only show that I've seen of Fate that I've liked.
Also, say what you will about Fate Zero, it is miles better than Fate Stay Night, miles better than Unlimited Blade Works, both of them, and I would argue it's better than Heaven's Feel.
Definitely better than Apocrypha. Jesus.
Jesus
it's
Christ.
Definitely better than Prisma fucking Ilya.
In fact, there might be a certain video that might come out. I won't say when. I won't say by who.
Shark Jumping Walrus, thank you for the 5 Get the memberships. Congratulations to everyone that got caught in that blast, except Dedarex. Please enjoy all of your custom emotes in the chat, as well as access to the Team Frostbite Discord server, the Tundra, which you can get into if you have your Discord linked to your YouTube. I believe you, but Zero is still trash by episode 2. Zero... No, absolutely, it's bad. Like, especially episodes 1 and 2 are so fucking slow. Once you get into the main plot, it picks up the pace, things start to happen, and, like, there is a somewhat satisfying narrative conclusion. It feels like it thought a lot deeper about the main themes that Fate Stay Night tried to actually cover, but, oh my god, it's still, like... really painful, especially when it's like, the main character is sitting next to Shiro, and I'm like, I wish Shiro died and we just kept this guy. He's way more
it's like in Log Horizon. Log Horizon's good when it came to that too.
M3D945, everyone I know who plays Fate hate all 3 Stay Night anime because they allegedly garbage adaptations. Yes, that's because they're not adapting that one chapter where they have to have sex to transfer
oh my god!
Listen, I'm not convinced. I keep hearing people say that it's an adaptation problem. I'm not convinced that it's an adaptation.
Neither am I.
I hear just as many people say that, these are actually really accurate adaptations. They just don't have as many monologues. And like, if anything, I feel like they monologue too much in certain areas.
I love when Kurum the Frozen, I love when Son Raku goes to other games to freshen up his skills. Yes, I loved when he went to the Armored Core one. That was fucking brilliant.
Yeah, that one was so good.
We just had like 3 episodes
have you read the manga? Because he does a very similar thing later.
I am anime only on this one because I love the animation.
Okay, got you. And also when he went to the fighting game as well, in order to brush up, I think, on like just glitch abuse.
Oh my god, I know nothing. I'm so close to jumping into the call to rant. No, the visual novels of Fate Stay Night are bad too.
I'm tempted to bring you on just because that might be fun, but I don't know if we'll get through the video over.
Yeah, let's not get Fate locked here.
Yeah, just watch my videos on Fate Zero V Stay Night. Part 10's coming out soon, I promise.
Yeah, so basically there are 2 ways to go if you're a Fate fan. If you want anything of substance, watch Fate Zero. And if you're a gooner, watch Fate Prisma Ilya. There you go. That's all you need to know. You see, the secret there is I have now put all of the gooners on a watch list.
All according to
you need to understand, I watched, I think, 2 or 3 seasons of Prisma Ilya, holding out that it might be a good magical girl show. And when it
wasn't.
It's just...
You had the shower afterwards.
It has one of the most well-animated makeout scenes I have ever seen in my life. And it's between two 12-year-olds. And I felt so fucking dirty having watched it. And I still powered through because I thought it might still be a good. And no,
Dog,
no,
come on,
no. I'm just. It was. I needed to just cleanse my. I went to fucking confession for that. I hated that fucking show.
Why on that day that you guys talk about how trash Fate is, I'm there. I'm just saying. You guys don't need to invite me. You could not keep me away from that call. You can try.
Joke's on you. I'm not one Fate fan that doesn't like Prisma Ilya. I need to meet the Fate fans that do so I can punch them.
There's only one.
Doesn't sound as bad as the Twister scene from Dragon Maid. It is worse than the Twister scene from Dragon Maid. Like, I love Dragon Maid. I do find that particular scene kind of uncomfortable now. I typically skip over it on rewatches. But, my God, is it leagues better than fucking Fate Prisma Ilya? Because in Fate Prisma Ilya, there's not just one of them. Like, they're not, like, super detailed like I think one of the main ones. But, like, there's an entire episode where one character just goes around sexually assaulting a bunch of people to make out with them and get her mana back. Like, that's one of the core concepts of the show, is that she gets her mana back by making out. And sometimes she does it with a character that's her dimensional duplicate, effectively herself. It's...
Oh, no. Why are you telling me about this?
Because if I have to suffer, you have to suffer too.
Fuck no, I ain't watching that shit. Come on.
And I want to make this clear. Like, the whole dynamic, like, the Twister scene is one scene, and at the end of the day, as weird as it is, it's ultimately, like, harmless on the part of the characters. Like, there's no damage to the characters. Someone goes around sexually assaulting a bunch of people at a school, and there are no consequences for it. Like that happens in Fate Stay Night, or Fate Ilya.
Prisma Ilya.
Yeah. And that's part of the power system.
bunch of other stupid stuff happen in Fate Stay Night, but
yeah. So to sum it up, Fate is goddamn dumb. Zero is the only good one, and that's saying nothing really.
Not really.
This is now the complaint about Fate episode, guys. Sorry, power scaling was a lie. The real power scaling was the Fate we hate along the way.
Which is funny too, because like the power scaling in Fate Stay Night is just like
it's
all over the place.
Dude, in Unlimited Blade Works, it's an absolute fucking travesty.
You have King Arthur, who is described like in the most powerful class, who can go toe-to-toe with fucking Hercules, can evade an attack that bends the laws of physics, and yet just gets bodied by a high school teacher.
High school teacher?
Zero isn't good.
A well-trained high school teacher.
IKN, I will say this. Zero is hard carried by its characters. That's really it.
Very much
yeah.
So,
its plot is still as stupid as Fate Stay Night. But at least I liked most of the cast. Yeah. Oh, really? Really? You disagree? Because they're so bad.
Wow.
Okay, well, you know what? Maybe upon review, it might just be delivery in terms of them. Like, they make so... No, okay, you know what? I will cede. Whoa. Maybe that's the case. It might just be raw charisma that's carrying them for me.
Maybe the actors are the real ones.
Well, actors, and like, you can have good... I didn't like the Zero characters either. That's fair. Like, it's fair. Like, I liked, like, Alexander. I thought he was a
writer.
I thought his ending was fucking weird. Thing. Like, his ending felt like that was a big problem I had. His ending felt contradictory to like the entire thing his story was about. I can't, dude. Dude, I'm not saying that he's strictly good. I'm saying that like my experience was I ended up liking these characters.
At some point.
Writer is one of the biggest issues in the entire series. I don't blame you.
What? Hold on. Okay. We can't get stun locked.
We'll have to like talk about this later.
We're getting stun locked. We'll have to talk Fate at some point. We got the big stream about it.
Apparently.
You know what? I know nothing. Put a pin in that. We'll come back to it.
Yeah.
I like the colors.
True purpose and strength of an energy system. That is to blend fights with an essential element of strategy. Characters can't just recklessly spam their strongest moves forever. They have to conserve, to gamble, and sometimes to risk running out at the worst possible moment. At their best, these systems don't just make fights more intense, they dictate the outcome of the fights themselves. But at their worst, these systems blend into background noise, often revealing plot convenience or outright contradictions. So, how do you make a good energy system? What are some examples of the best energy systems in anime, and where do authors often go wrong? Well, in this...
Okay, I need to already bring this back up. Remember how we talked about how he was kind of pigeonholing into the end? Now it seems like I thought he was maybe only going to bring that up as an example, but now he is fully pigeonholing this entire framing device into his video. So I'm a little frustrated about that because this is about how animes fail their power systems. I feel like it's not broad enough for the whole discussion of power systems. This vid might be a fraud. No, it's not a fraud. I think it's just poorly aimed.
Yeah, like it's not that bad, but it's like I understand why it's framed this way because most of the time, most people's exposure to power systems in anime in general tend to be within the shonen genre anyways.
Yep.
So I get it.
There's a plurality of series that use the energy battery as a mechanic. So I don't quite blame him for going into that, but I feel like there's several that don't, that can be.
Yeah.
Here's a good example of one that would be interesting to examine. The Sybil system in Psycho-Pass.
That's true.
It's an atypical power system because it's more about the mental stability of certain characters, but that gets completely played with narratively over and over again, and it determines when the freaking dominators turn to kill. So it's not it actually does directly affect what power the characters can exert. So it's one of those things that just I feel like we're getting pigeonholed in this conversation. That's disappointing. Silver it takes a small snapshot of shonen and blames it on all anime. No, I think like
not necessarily. It's more so that like the range of knowledge he has about other anime is very small in general.
No,
I think it's more.
I think he doesn't realize that he needs to qualify. He's talking about a much more narrow range of shonen. And I don't think he's not saying about all of them. Like, even though the title is How Animes Fail Their Power Systems, he's not being very specific there. And it's because he has on the thumbnail 2 crossed out and 1 that it's in the clear. And ironically, that's Jujutsu Kaisen, which I'm sure we're going to have fucking words on. But I'm due for a rewatch of Psycho-Pass. Season 2, what? Wait, what? I need something to see everything after season 2 because I've heard nothing but bad stuff and I'm morbidly curious. I've heard better things about after season 2. Season 2 apparently was like everyone considered was shit, and I thought it was I
need to watch the show in general.
Psycho-Pass season 1 is brilliant. I love it. It's another Urobuchi fucking slam dunk.
Okay.
But I think mostly it's like this guy's framing could be stronger. He could like narrow it down. And obviously he's not talking about all of them. He is being very much like there are plenty that fail, but there's also plenty that succeed. And he's going to compare and contrast in this video. At least that's what I've gotten so far. Okay.
Video, that's exactly what we're going to find out. So stick around. You might just learn something important. Chakra is the energy system of Naruto, and in all fairness, one of the most well thought out energy systems in all of shonen. While it does get a bit weird towards the end, what with the aliens and all, Kishimoto still managed to create an energy system that far surpassed its contemporaries. Chakra is defined as a combination of a person's physical energy and spiritual energy, which can be refined and molded to produce techniques called jutsu. It is the battery behind every technique in the series, from the most basic cloning jutsu to the most destructive forbidden arts. every ninja has a limited pool, and the size of that is massively influenced by genetics and natural talent, and maybe a bit of training, because Kishimoto couldn't decide if he wanted to make a Nepo Baby fanfiction or a hard work beats talent narrative.
I mean, I wouldn't even say that. Like, again, I don't think Naruto was ever trying to be hard work beats natural talent kind of thing. Like,
Wasn't it
I
really
understand.
mostly just kind of like narrowed down on like the plot lines focused around like Rock Lee and Neji, and even then only just from the tuning exams?
It's one of
'Cause
the
it's
things
Yeah, and
I
then
was talking about with Twilight is that like one of
yeah,
the first things that was really gripping about like the very beginning of Naruto was
yeah,
him being the underdog, then him basically getting that scroll, practicing what was on it, and very quickly figuring out how to do the clone jutsu. Like
yeah,
basically it showed that he had prodigy capability, but he was being like he wasn't being educated in a way that worked for him, and he was also being discarded. Like there were several different
yeah,
things that build into this, and like when you first watch that, the impression you get is not that he's super special awesome, it's that it's going to be hard work, it's going to be difficult work, and it's going to be work that needs to be tailored to each individual character to grow. Like that's the implication I got, and from what I hear from Twy is
yeah.
that is not how the story really develops.
Yeah, it is kind of weird. I don't think it's as simple as like the story making Naruto into a Nepo baby, which makes it bad. It's more so it's like it slaps on a bunch of attributes to him by the end too quickly, too close together near the end of the fucking story with very little build up on some of those elements, and it just becomes a jumbled mess, especially with the whole Kaguya stuff that happens afterwards. But even with that, I would say that like the story wasn't necessarily about hard work being natural talent. It's just an exploration of how this kid who was discarded by the world ended up becoming somebody great and understanding the value of connecting with other people. Like that is the thing that the story focuses on, generally speaking, and that's the part I think that got
Well,
worse over time the
I was gonna
most.
say the whole training thing that I was referring to is the avenue by which you described happens. Like
Yeah,
that's the connective tissue. Is like the first step is finding his footing of what he's good at and how he fits into things. And now that he
yeah,
fits into things, he can start to socialize and grow as a person. And for the
yeah,
record, Twy has not watched all of Naruto. I'm pretty sure she's read it. She watched part of it, but she also it's inconsistent. I know she has a lot of words to say on Sakura and on the anime producers that forced Hinata to be the main love interest. Um, Izanagi says, I was going to say, did this guy forget the giant fox monster that's residing in Naruto? No, I don't think so. And I think you can still make an underdog story work with that. Like, like,
yes,
Deku is a great example. The man got handed the most powerful quirk in the entire world, and he's still an underdog up until the very
yeah,
end of up until the final battle, in which case he's only on par with the main antagonist. And even then, the solution to the problem is not an all-out fight. The solution to the problem is a deeply emotional connection. So
yeah.
it's doing its own thing off to the side, and by the sounds of it, Naruto basically fails on all
Well,
those fronts.
and granted, it wasn't that steep of a loss either, because for most of the story, it was a very similar thing with Naruto and the Fox, where it's like, okay, yeah, technically he has a lot more chakra because of the fox demon inside him, but for a good chunk of the story, he hasn't been able to control it. The fox has its own personality, yada yada yada. The issue with how things went later isn't necessarily how powerful Naruto gets. It's more so that, like, at the cost of him becoming powerful, less and less of the characters that you were told to give a shit about before end up becoming less relevant, and the fights just became less interesting. And which would be fine if they just stuck with, okay, we're fighting Madara. Madara's powerful. We have to beat Madara. There has to be a way to stop him. But then they pop up with this Agia bullshit right out of nowhere, and we have to do that. It just took the wind out of everyone's sails there.
Wait,
So
anime
the way the
producers
story
forcing out to be the main love interest. I'm pretty sure that's the story, and
apparently,
yeah, I will have to have Twy elaborate on it. Like I think we've talked about it before in earlier.
yeah, I think we
episodes.
did. More than likely, I think it might have been one of the MHA videos. What about Naruto being a reincarnation? That's one of the things that came out of fucking nowhere for me, man. They did not need to do that. Like, I get it; it kind of fits thematically with the series theme about like history repeating itself, but like, I don't know, man. Sometimes
That's a really lazy way of doing that. If it's going to be going like, oh, history's repeating itself. So it's technically all the same people repeating. No, that's not how that works. That's actually sending a really bad message. That you can only repeat history if you're a reincarnation of a guy that did the history. I'm sorry, I'm not waiting around for the reincarnation of fucking like Hitler to start the Fourth Reich, guys.
So it's just Legend of Zelda.
What?
But like worse? No, I was doing a comparison with like Legend of Zelda because like I never got that far in Naruto.
Well, I was gonna say Zelda is its own thing. But yeah, no, people can still do horrible things. People can still do great things, regardless of their reincarnation status.
No, 110%. And technically speaking, in the end, Naruto breaks the cycle at the end of his story. And I get what they were trying to do with that, but again, it's literally shoved in like the last few chapters of the final arc.
Damn.
It's like, dude, what the hell? But yeah.
Anyway. Regardless of that, in the early series, this system truly shines. Chakra is a lot more involved, actively serving character conflicts and strategy. One of the earliest examples of this happens within the Land of the Waves arc. Chakra is a very active element of that fight. Without the strain of Chakra, Kakashi would easily be able to handle Zabuza and Haku by himself. But due to the massive amounts of Chakra his Sharingan requires, and his otherwise average reserves, the longer the fight drags out, the more dangerous it becomes for him due to exhaustion. His Chakra limitations are the key reason his students, the protagonists, even matter in this fight. Or take Naruto vs Neji, which happens a couple arcs later.
I just want to say, one problem that really comes with a battery-style power system is conveying the power level of the character, or the energy left that a character has to the audience becomes very difficult very quickly.
It does.
Without them telling you directly, it's like, oh, I only have this much left. And it's like, I get really annoyed by that because it's a shortcut that you should be trying to find a way to work around.
Yeah. Like when, cause yeah, especially when you are the point that you're making in your show about like the limitations that are being put on these characters is an amount of like arbitrary energy or something like that. And it's difficult, like you're saying, it's difficult to like, really, because there are ways that you can do that, but like you got to be a lot more general about it in a way where that amount almost doesn't kind of matter, but also kind of still does. Like going back to World Trigger again, like even though we know that all the characters have different varying Tryon levels, it really only matters for the kinds of people who have like a large amount of them, like Chica, and even then you can see how having a larger amount of Tryon affects her because like she's able to make much larger asteroids, she's able to make like much bigger blasts and stuff like that. The larger amount of energy just translates to like her abilities that you can see rather than like a number that they just like put above her head or something like that. Likewise.
Oh god.
Yeah, likewise with Osamu, it's the opposite, where like he doesn't have a lot of Tryon, so you see that he doesn't have a lot of capabilities.
Yeah, his powers are much smaller, and he isn't able to last as long in like one-on-one fights against people, which is why he rarely ever does.
And when the amount of Tryon that someone has actually matters, because that's the thing, is that like even though it does determine what all a person can do, there's never really like a time when it's like, oh, I don't have, or like there's not a lot of times when like oh, I don't have enough Tryon to be able to use this kind of stuff, but like
that doesn't happen.
normally it's more so conveyed in the sense of like injury, because that's the
Yes.
big reason, that's the big part of like when someone loses Tryon, is that it's literally leaking out of their bodies from the parts that where they have been attacked. Because the thing about Tryon is that
Yeah, and they start physically cracking too.
yeah, if anyone has seen Animorphs, it's like that, where like,
Yeah, it's like that.
The whole point of like Tryon bodies, or like the way that people use triggers, is that their body goes to a pocket dimension, and then they're able to like control a Tryon built copy of their body, and that's how like they can be stabbed and slashed.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah. And
that's very Bleach like, now that I think about it.
So that's also how you can also tell if someone might be like running low on Tryon, is that you can literally physically see it leaking out of them, basically.
Yes.
So Daigato, thank you so much for Guys Night 5, the Essay of Power. We're getting fucking more subtitles. I love it.
Yes.
Jesus Christ, that's amazing. But like another one that I think does a very good job at conveying like loss of power when it comes to system like these is Zatch Bell, or I prefer calling it Gash Bell, but you know, it's its original name, whatever. But like that one is really good. Because oftentimes it's surprisingly very, very interesting, not just the way the power system works, but how it's conveyed. But specifically in this regard, because the books typically glow when you have a surplus of like, you know, heart energy left to pour into your spells and shit. And when it starts dimming, that's when the user is often in trouble. And they have to point out that like, hey, I gotta recharge for a bit. I have to sit, you know, this part out for a good chunk of the time. Also, what I love how freaking Guys Night 4, fucking I Know Nothing sword is a bunch of
You did
duffs.
see that? That was like the most eye-catching thing.
He brought the beers.
It's so funny. I brought the beer. Yeah, it's so funny. Anyway. But yeah, anyway, I will do. Gash Bell is so good in so many other ways, but we'll get to it probably when we get further in this video.
Of chakra that makes it more interesting is its biological connection. Your chakra flows out of tenketsu points, and someone like Neji, through the gentle fist, is capable of closing off those points, which essentially seals away your chakra. So when Neji does this to
You forgot about him doing the Yamcha pose.
I never knew he did. I completely, like, it's been years. We're talking like, I saw Naruto when I was like 12, man.
Oh, damn.
So I could have done.
I didn't know what the Yamcha pose was at that point.
Should have done the Peter Griffin pose.
He got Yamcha, yeah.
Naruto, it should essentially finish the fight. But Naruto manages to somewhat plan ahead, using his secondary external source of chakra, the nine-tailed fox, to completely catch Neji by surprise, which alongside the smart use of clone jutsu is the turning point that allows him to win the fight. In both of these moments, chakra works perfectly. It is a clear limiter that separates characters in unique ways, and creates tensions whenever those reserves start to run dry.
Whoa. Characterizes them in unique ways. No. Actually, you gave us one example that does, because Naruto has the secondary space, like the secondary, like he can draw from the fox. But everyone else has a singular source of chakra. The limits that they have certainly forces them to get creative with what they can utilize it for. But that's like, basically, it's the same as anyone that has a physical difference. Someone is taller than me. I'm going to have to get in close in order to actually like negate their length, their reach, and get on all of my attacks. Like, that's just a rule of general combat. The fact that you have a battery is just another physical element of combat for you. It's not, it's a basic limitation. I don't think it's very creative.
Yeah.
Also, to go on the Neji fight a little bit, there are two problems I have with that fight. I understand that the final hit that Naruto gave was very clever and very climactic as well. But like the fact that it took one hit, because Neji did not get hit in any way at all during the entirety of that fight until the very end when he did that and Neji couldn't stand up. Which I kind of have an issue
Look,
with.
Naruto's just built different.
It was a really tough punch, Kaiser.
It was a really strong punch, I guess. But
I'll be right back.
know,
You guys continue ranting about this.
But
I imagine
also,
like as he's like underground, Neji's like, why do I hear the One Punch Man theme?
Yeah. I don't know why they didn't just have Neji be knocked out. Bro, what the hell? Oh, sorry. There's a tornado warning. Pray for me, chat, I guess.
that
I'm sorry. But like what's the word? God, I lost my train of thought. Damn it. Why, if they wanted to like convey that like, okay, Naruto's punch was just that strong, he may as well just knocked Neji out then. I don't know. I feel like that would have been a lot better to convey like, okay, he was just really, really strong there.
Yeah, that's interesting. I don't actually, because it's been such a long time since I saw that part of the tuning exam. So what I remember that like there was, I just remember like the punch, because like that's also the one that they feature.
Okay,
in, like,
so
the
what
opening.
happened was that Naruto gets his power up. He clashes with Neji, and like, a big explosion happens. He leaves behind a clone that seems to be knocked out, but then he digs underground, and then he pops out of a hole in the ground, and uppercuts Neji.
And then Neji is just kind of like down, but he's not out because they need him to be awake.
He couldn't move.
Yeah,
like,
they
he
need
was
him to be awake for
but,
Naruto to be like, you can overcome this too. And like,
essentially.
Got it. Yeah, that is weird that like he wouldn't get back up or something like that. I'd almost like to see the scene itself, but yeah, that is weird.
Yugox, I think conveys the issue with this part of video fine. They're literally distinguished by their utilization of chakra, not chakra. You tell characters apart from what they use their chakra for. Yeah, I think that's what this guy was trying to say, but he didn't say it as well as he could have.
This is the same thing with World Trigger as well, is that like the amount of Tryon that someone has matters a lot less than how they use it, which,
is like also, for example, as I said in the video, like Osamu and another character, Kitora, have the same or at least similarly low Tryon levels, but Osamu deals with things differently than Kitora does. Kitora has way more experience than Osamu does. So the way that she kind of overcomes her issue is just by becoming a really fast and clever duelist fighter, kind of.
I didn't know that like she also had low Tryon levels.
No, I told you this before, I'm pretty sure. Oh, I'll be right back.
Can you say that she has low T?
I mean, yeah, I guess that must have been like from one of the earlier episodes, because Kitora wasn't. I think she I just remember her from like a lot of the earlier episodes. So I don't. That's the other thing. If you ever do watch World Trigger, it's a very slow start. Because there's a lot of the fights rely on your understanding of the trigger magic system, and they take a while to really like get you familiarized with a.
I sat through 30 episodes of the fucking Bount Arc.
Okay.
I am a Twy was like, do you want to skip it? And I'm like, no, I want to give it a fair fucking shake. That was my fair fucking shake was 30 episodes. I am a patient fucking man. Did you read Izanagi's? I feel like Naruto's system.
Oh no, we got to Yugox's, but not Izanagi. You want me to read that?
Or... Naruto's system could work a bit better if it was more from the key chi knowledge of Wuxia and whatnot. A bunch of that stuff, including cultivation, would fit Naruto. Yes, even the high. Well, here's the question: isn't it already informed by? Like, I don't know how interwoven it is with actual Wuxia ki/chi knowledge. I thought it was actually rather well influenced by it.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure.
30 episodes? How many episodes did that arc have? 40?
40? Yeah, I imagine so. Because, like, Bleach, that was back in the age when like arcs were really big and not just like 12, 13 episode seasons.
It is M3 and I confirm, but it still feels not enough. Well, to be fair, it's an adaptation of it. If you want a real accurate adaptation of wuxia and that kind of fun stuff, go play Silent Hill F.
Yeah.
A lot of wuxia references in that. Including,
don't even get me started. I'm already thinking of like picking up Resident Evil. I don't know if I can pick up 2 long stretching horror game franchises.
The Silent Hill F, man, I'm doing my video on it, and the summary for endings, I've gotten almost to the end of ending 3 with my playthroughs in terms of summarizing it. I'm somewhere just above 90 pages.
Oh shit.
Yeah. And you might be like, whoa, Raymond, because I've talked twice, like, maybe you're just like doing a transcript. And I'm like, you don't understand. I'm summarizing because all the points that I'm talking about have a purpose. Like, there are probably some minuscule details that are connective thread, sure, but there's a lot of moments that are tiny, but they do go a ways towards informing the characters and setting. You're like, well, why don't they just play the game at that point? You're like, well, no, I need to raise the flags and the pins so that when I talk about things later in my analysis, you know exactly what I'm referring to. So it's like, it leads to basically me recapping the game almost beat for beat. Like, and it drives me insane, but I'm also catching things that I never caught on my initial playthroughs, on any of my playthroughs. I'm like, wait a minute. Holy shit. Wait, this ties into what? What do you mean this ties all the way back to the fucking imperial family of Japan in World War II? What?
You said that was 90 pages?
Yeah.
And it's just 90 pages so far, or just
so
90
far.
pages? Okay.
I'm not done
Wow.
there. I'm almost to the final section of ending 3's playthrough, and then I gotta summarize ending 4, and then finally I can start talking about all the other stuff.
Just for comparison, people, that's equivalent to the number of pages that it took for me to write the scripts for the first 6 or 7 videos of my Fate Zero V Stay Night series.
Yep.
So that's
I'm
very interested to see how that comes out.
Celtic Phoenix, Silent Hill F, and Unbridled Praise. No, actually, it's called a flawed masterpiece. That's my tact on it, because I think it's one of the most brilliant horror games ever written. I also think it has several critical flaws, some of which are genuine, some of which are tied into the narrative in terms of like it's delivering narrative things, and that makes it a problem for the player. Like, I can talk about the combat. The combat is very much tied into the themes, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's pleasant to play all the time. And then on the flip side, there are problems like the fucking game is overwritten in a lot of places. It could have pared back maybe 40% of the notes, documents, and journals. It is overflowing with it, and that's great for some analyses, but it almost leaves too much. It doesn't leave enough to the imagination in some places with its main themes. So it's there's quite a bit still to chew on and speculate on, which is great. But my God, does it just overwhelm you in text documents, man? Power levels, who would win? Endgame Goku, or all the documents in Silent Hill F?
Oh my God.
No. All the documents in Silent Hill F, or Batman with prep time.
I know, I feel like that one's a win. I feel like Batman wins that one. He's good. He reads documents for fun.
This is true.
Dry. You truly feel the weight of every move because Chakra is a finite, meaningful resource. But as the series scales up, Chakra begins to lose that meaning. What started as a clever limiter becomes more of a background detail, conveniently mentioned or ignored depending on the moment. The series does all right through Shippuden, but the illusion of Chakra's importance really begins to fall apart completely during the War Arc.
This is
Take
a real question
Susanna.
I actually have for this, since I'm like, Kaiser, you've gotten farther in Naruto than I ever did.
Sure.
So based on like what this guy is saying, would you say that like it's because like Chakra has become less important, or is it just because like it's more of a Dragon Ball Z / Bleach kind of issue that we've been talking about, where like the powers just keep going up and up and up and up?
Power creep.
Yeah,
I think a good chunk of that is due to power creep. But again, I think it also has to do with the way these powers are utilized. Like, there are ways that you can have the same exact fights in the Ninja War arc near the end of the series, like, still happen, maybe minus Kaguya, because what the fuck is that? But like, there are ways in which you can have the same fights happen, but do so a little bit more in ways that are a lot smarter. Now, admittedly, it's been a while since I've seen the ending of Naruto, and I'm gonna be honest, I'm not in a huge mood to go back into it again for the lol, right? But yeah, I would say from my recollection, it has a lot of similar issues where like the fundamental things that characters used to keep track of in older fights just don't really happen here. And it's also tacked on to the fact that like the characters at the very end of the series become less and less relevant except for a few others. Like a good example of how to do this well, again, see, told you we'd be coming back to this, is Zatch Bell's final battle in the manga, which is absolutely peak by comparison. Because here's the thing, a similar thing happens where, okay, only a set few of the characters are back or stuck around, and they're fighting the big bad of the story at that point. But number one, a lot of the characters are already less relevant because the story is a battle royale. So only a set few characters are going to make it in the end game anyways, just by nature by the nature of the conflict, right? But number two, the characters that stuck around are a lot bigger than how it is usually in the final battles of like other shonen, right? Where it's like only like two. In Zatch Bell's case, about like four or five of the main characters, or even a bit more than that, are still relevant. And without a single one of those characters being involved, the protagonist would not have won that fight. It just wouldn't have happened. That's how pivotal each of their contributions were.
That was
Naruto could have, yeah.
I was
Naruto could have done that, but they didn't.
The Bount Arc is a great example of how like it just keeps fucking everything up. Like, one thing that was established is that when Soul Reapers enter the human realm, their powers are nerfed about down to like 20%. It's like there's a limiter, because I think the explanation is if they went above that, they like destroy parts of the world. Like there's a reason why. Although if I understand it correctly, Ichigo is not supposed to be affected by that. So Ichigo is like near full strength. The Bounts show up and they're suddenly one of the most powerful fucking forces. Like, they can go toe to toe with Soul Reapers. And it's so obnoxious how like none of them are flummoxed. Here's a real big problem. Is like when you have like a super powerful character, don't have them be an arrogant asshole that's not fazed by anything. It's been a real problem I had with Byakuya and Aizen, and the leader of the Bounce, Jean, I believe his name was, is like the worst even beyond them.
If you hate Aizen now, if you hate Aizen, now.
I need to clarify. I hate Aizen for his lack of reaction to rogue elements and dangerous elements. Like,
you're gonna hate him so much.
Okay.
Hate him so much.
He is alright, you know, like those memes of like,
it was all according to Keikaku, yeah.
Yeah, all according to
I know that's a meme.
Seats to that dog.
Dude could like, dude just straight up like has the script for the whole series except like the last episode before, or at least the last episode of before the final filler arc or whatever they had before the
He knows how many cookies you took from the cookie jar.
he can access your GameCube save file, that like that one boss from Metal Gear, so he knows what you've been playing.
Aizen versus General Thrawn from Ahsoka.
Oh, from Star Wars? Oh my god!
No. I want to clarify, from the Ahsoka series, because in the books apparently he's well written.
Right.
Because he's always like, oh yes, all according to plan. This is actually in our benefit. And he's just the man that's like, his entire defining character is, I am coping so fucking hard.
Yeah,
right
I
now.
heard how bad. I heard how bad that was. But let me tell you something. With I would argue that Aizen gets more absurd. But I'll leave that up to you.
I'll leave that to discover. Yes.
Yeah.
Aizen versus Columbo.
Just one more thing, Mr. Aizen.
A literal massive.
My God, I want to see Columbo's Bankai now.
Yeah.
I've seen some clips of it recently. Seems like a pretty good show.
One more thing,
Of pure
Mr. Aizen.
chakra
You said you
that serves
saw
as both the
soul.
perfect offense and the perfect defense. Rightfully, it is an incredibly taxing ability, described as your every cell being on fire and requiring an absurd amount of chakra to use. Maybe not. Sasuke used it for hours at a time, but
Yes.
it still has the weakness.
Yeah, I was just saying. Yeah, that's a big issue. Don't.
I mean,
it stops
yeah.
mattering
maybe
a little
Sasuke is just into that shit.
bit.
Yeah, I mean,
who doesn't like having their skin on fire?
again, it feels more like a power creep kind of issue than strictly just ignoring that,
Yeah.
like, chakra is a thing. Because like, again, go back to World
MHA
Trigger.
is just a low tier X-Men doing a poor X-Men plot. Sir?
Huh?
Sir.
What?
Dog, that's a whole other stream.
Yeah, that's a whole other
honestly.
stream, and we need to get Zero on this because he's a lifelong comics fan, and I'm pretty sure he would hard disagree with you.
Yeah.
Not to
Again,
mention,
we're all-
you want to talk about how MHA is a poor X-Men when, like, X-Men constantly have characters rewriting fucking reality in a reality that already is constantly being rewritten by other characters. I'm sorry,
that's-
X-Men is fucking absurd at this point.
That's the thing too, is that if we're talking about like Marvel or DC, that you got to specify which X-Men are we talking about exactly.
You got Scott. I need you to read Tokyo ESP after Bleach. Noted. I'll try and find that.
Tokyo ESP, never heard of it.
But yeah, no mods. Send that man to the Marvel universe with no powers.
Mr.
Of slowly
Electric, send
blinding-
this man to the Marvel universe and have him expelled.
User, returning that essential element of no, never mind. He got past that. Well, at the very least, you
Rather
still need the
quickly, too.
Sharingan.
Wait a minute. Toga versus Mystique? That's not even a fair comparison because Mystique and Toga are different ages. Basically, Toga would become Mystique if she were given the same amount of time as Mystique. Whatever. All right, let's
Use it, right? It'd be ridiculous if a character who had, say, lost both of their eyes was still somehow capable of using a technique that literally requires special eyes to be used. Nah, that would.
Yeah, that
But do
did
they see his
happen.
brand?
God damn it! Why didn't I think of that joke?
You got that shit on.
Toga has a material component requirement, and yeah, some would say that's
special
actually a good
eyes.
thing. In terms of storytelling, that's actually a good thing. Sorry.
Yeah, I mean, like in terms of a fight,
Oh,
obviously
I-
that would be a disadvantage.
I'd also
but,
counter
like,
that as well, because with her material component and the emotional component, she can duplicate people's powers.
Yes.
So that's a leg up on Mystique.
yeah,
Yeah, that's
was
true. I
about to
forgot
say.
about that. I forgot she could do that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
well,
well,
Tokyo
Mystique
Ghoul
can-
manga anime power system. Know nothing about it.
I was about to say, oh yeah, well, Mystique can make Wolverine. Does. Argument discarded.
Toga can become twice. Doesn't matter how you can reject. Doesn't matter if you become fucking Wolverine. You're dead.
I was about to say, like, she can only copy the appearance. She can't copy the powers.
no.
Mystique can't anyway.
Oh yeah, like she's Mystique. I'm not even sure is like on Envy's level.
No.
Oh god, Envy would fucking body Mystique easy.
Well, yeah. Well, it's also because like Envy also maintains the same body mass despite whatever size.
Yeah,
he
and
is.
Envy's body mass is fucking gigantic.
Yeah.
Kiram the Frozen. Sky High is the first superpowered teenager in high school, and the MHA expanded upon that concept. Man, Sky High really could have been a good series, and they just dropped the ball on that. And the thing is, it's such a fun and earnest story. It's cheesy and corny in places, and
it's a fun movie.
It came out at the wrong time for it to really catch fire, unfortunately, because like that was the time that dark and gritty were coming into vogue.
Yep.
Yeah. Wasn't that also like around the time when like supernatural, I say supernatural like quotations, but like supernatural school kind of trope was being done. I don't want to say like as much as zombies were like at one point in time, but like they were becoming more popular because that was also when like Harry Potter was still.
Yeah, that was definitely in the Harry Potter era for sure.
Yeah, that was.
It was also near the end of that. Near the end of that era, or maybe like kind of in the last middle section. And then going after that, it would be that's when we enter the teen romance knockoffs of Twilight. That's like the next era afterwards.
Yep.
And then we hit the Marvel era. It's like kind of the 2000s are cut up into Harry Potter, Twilight, and then Marvel.
Would never happen. At a point, the war arc essentially becomes a display of long-range nuclear warfare, because by the end of the series, Chakra is such a non-issue that characters can literally spam...
just like Leon, like Madara's about to kill all of them, and then Leon just suddenly like he one-shots him.
I was gonna say he sneaks up, and hacks him in the neck with the hatchet, turns around and just cuts his head clean off.
No, better yet. Okay, Madara shoots this nuke at everybody, right?
Yeah.
And then you just see Dante from Devil May Cry flying in the air. Royal Guard!
I was gonna say, actually, I just had a thought. You said you were tempted to pick up Requiem. Is that right, Pete?
Oh no, I was tempted to like try the like Resident Evil in general.
Right. Okay, yeah, definitely like I gave you that list, but if you really want to just jump into one raw dogging it, either the Resident Evil 4 games, both excellent entries, and both are pretty comfortable to anyone familiar with action games. So
yeah, that's the one I've heard a lot, because that's also the one that inspired Devil May Cry, right?
Yeah, well, yeah. Basically, the way that happened was Resident Evil 4 was in development with Shinji Mikami at the helm. And they went through like 3 iterations of the game before they landed on the one they did. And one of those iterations splintered off and became Devil May Cry.
Gotcha.
Because like they just couldn't nail what they wanted for the game. And you can actually find old trailers for Resident Evil 4, the original ideas for them. And there's some cool shit that ended up coming back, like hallucinations being an enemy. That was a really cool thing. Got the hook hand, the hook hand monster that tried to kill Leon. You could see like they tried to do a mix of fixed camera angles, but with third-person shooter controls. So like you would be fixed camera, and then when you aimed, you were over the shoulder. It was really neat, but I don't know how that would have worked.
Yeah, I mean, I'll definitely like consider that one, because I mean, at least as of right, I would like to play through the games in order. But like if I at least until I finish Kingdom Hearts as a series, I might pick up 4 just to like you know dip my toes into the series.
4 is nice because it's a relatively self-contained story. 4 Remake does tie it more into the larger scope of things, especially Leon's narrative. But
yeah, wasn't Wesker in that? Didn't they add Wesker into like the remake or something?
No, Wesker has been in Resident Evil 4 as a side character related to Ada's storyline.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that. I thought that like that stuff was added in the remake.
So in the original, it was originally released on GameCube, and then it was re-released on PlayStation 2. And then all future versions came with a bunch of the extra content from PlayStation 2. And one of those extra things was a side story called Separate Ways, which shows Ada's perspective during the entire length of the campaign. So you play as Ada doing her thing, and she's constantly in contact with Wesker because she's acting on his behalf.
Okay.
Yeah. So Wesker, and then also, I can't remember I think the original had mercenaries, but like especially in the PS2 version, they have the mercenaries mode where you can play as a bunch of different characters one of which is Wesker, who is fucking OP. That man can like fucking
that's cool.
teleport.
Are we talking? So we are talking like Resident Evil 5 Wesker.
He's not quite that powerful yet, but he is up there.
Okay.
Hikaru says featuring Dante from Devil May Cry and Knuckles.
Featuring,
Yes.
yeah. Featuring Dante from Devil May Cry and Knuckles. Don't forget
And
that.
Knuckles.
And Knuckles.
Mountain range
Yeah, both
obliterating
Knuckles.
attacks without so much as breaking a sweat. Their taps become as wide as the Grand Canyon, and their buckets become, well, infinite. At the very least,
Again, this is a great example in My Hero Academia how they kind of address this is they show from the get-go how powerful All Might is. And they show
Yeah,
that
they do.
he is as powerful as he is while severely weakened and pushing well past his limits in terms of like,
Yes.
especially when he clears the fucking sky with a single punch. It's an excellent way to convey just the ceiling of power this world has to offer and how much higher it could potentially go, especially when they emphasize, hey, this power gets more powerful with every person that inherits it, to the point that the next person might not be able to carry it because it would blow their limbs off immediately. So it's like they do a great job of establishing, hey, shit's going to get crazy in this series. We're not there yet, but we're going to get there.
Yeah, pretty much.
Kishimoto did seem to remember his energy system at the very final portion of the series, at Sasuke and Naruto's final battle. And it's that very last sequence that made me remember what I loved about this series. Not the country-shattering explosion that happened an episode prior, but the strategies, desperation, and tactical depth applied by both characters at the very end. And that's the tragedy of Naruto's chakra system. What once began as one of the most balanced and narratively rich limiters in shonen ended up collapsing under the weight of escalating power creep.
I'm going to say, I don't feel like you've actually really established how well balanced it was. It doesn't seem like, and that's kind of the trap that a lot of people fall into with power systems is I need to have it be balanced out. That means that any change to the balance is going to immediately shift the entire like way the world works. You don't want balance, you want variety. That's really it.
Yeah.
And in that
Most importantly, like purposeful variety, right?
purposeful variety, not just variety for variety's sake. Hi, Bounce, how's it going?
Yeah.
God, the one guy who like his whole power was so fucking convoluted. He could summon constructs from the shadows projected by the objects that his floating eyeballs were shining a light against. But
now I remember.
But in order to summon them, he had to use tarot cards to determine what they were. It was such a specific fucking power, and they figured out the solution was just destroying everything that could project a shadow. And then they just forgot to do that for the final confrontation with him.
It's been such a long time since I watched the Bount Arc because I completely forgot who it is that you're talking about.
I don't even know if he has a fucking name.
All I know is that like there are
reminds me of. Actually, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Pete. I'm
no,
sorry.
it's fine. Because like the Bount characters, like a lot of them are already so generic. I don't remember a lot of them. I just remember Sword Lady, Wind Guy, Metal Ball Guy, and Rock Whale person, and like that's about it. I know that there were more, but I couldn't remember like any of them. I certainly don't remember any of their names.
Do you remember MILF that Uryu falls in love with and her entire power was maternity?
I vaguely remember her. I don't remember her being a Bount, but like again, that's just how long ago it's been since I watched.
She dies to give birth to a bunch of dolls that then become basically fucking pointless.
Oh, okay.
Like, if you look at the Bount arc, it's basically the fucking, it's like Yu Hakusho from the psychic arc, from the Black arc backwards.
Yeah.
So, like, that was like, their power boost was sacrificing this lady because her doll was her child somehow, and she fused with it, and then when she died, they used her body to create a billion fucking dolls. Like, their powers were dolls. Like, with dolls that went out and collected life essence from humans so that they could drink the life essence and supercharge themselves, even though they were already fucking incredibly powerful and they really didn't need it because like they were already bodying our heroes. My brain is breaking. The Bount Arc sucks, guys. Like I gave it its fair shake. I thought maybe people were wrong. They weren't. It's really bad. The beginning and final fight of the Bount Arc, this is all blind spot for me. You shouldn't have even watched that. You should have just watched basically the stuff introducing the new mod souls and literally only Ririn and the ninja guy. Hat guy can go fuck himself. But yeah, anyway, I feel like you haven't really, because like inherently also like the system isn't balanced because everyone starts with a certain level of chakra that's different than one another. So one person could learn a technique that's super OP and be able to funnel it where no one else can learn that. It's like, we have this super like, yes, I'm fighting with a musket. I'm fighting with a fucking 357 Magnum and I have 6 shots with it. You have 1. It's like,
yeah, I guess that also, yeah, it just also kind of depends on like what exactly does he mean by balance? Like, does he, because like, yeah, so that's the other thing is like you're saying is that there are some people who just can use certain jutsu that like other people can't. Because I feel like there are some jutsu that anyone would just like learn inherently and wouldn't just be limited to like, because I want to say that there are some jutsu that are just specifically used by some people in certain clans in the Hidden Leaf. Like there's fuck, what's his name? I'm sorry, I'm just so bad with names today. There's the guy who like makes shadows and like his family controls shadows or whatnot. There's Ino and like how her family I guess also like converts minds and things. It's like there's not really a whole lot of balance, and I mean that's not inherently a bad thing, but it kind of goes back to what you guys were saying is that like variety is a little bit more important than just, you know, balance per se.
You think the Bounts can take on most of the captains? They do.
Yeah.
The lead Bount makes Byakuya bleed.
Uh-oh.
Oh my god, that killed Kaiser. But yeah, no, one of the Bounts made Byakuya bleed. Like, that was like, it was like we're both as powerful as each other kind of moment. And it was just a bullshit, like, it was literally just bullshit to explain how powerful these guys were and establish how scary it is.
It kind of sucks too because like that's kind of like how all the filler arcs are. And I mean like I understand why they do it is because you kind of need like in order for you to have like fights with, you know, some semblance of tension, you need to have like and fights that specifically involve the captains, you need to have like characters that can go toe to toe with the captains and whatnot.
Just have the other characters training with them. They're all on good terms. You can literally do anything. Have slice of life stuff. Slice of life stuff is good.
It honestly kind of undermines the 1,000-Year Blood War arc when like you've already had like granted to my understanding that one is better than like any of the filler arcs from Bleach, but the fact that like you have that after like 3 or 4 other filler arcs that all featured like new villains that, you know, are able to go toe to toe with like each of the different captains and they have their own fights. It, you know, even though you know that like this is technically the first time. Well, I guess I don't know. It's not happened as often in the manga. It feels a lot more repetitious when like it gets around there when you have the knowledge of like the anime and how many other times they've done it.
And what's the funniest part is like for the first half of the arc, you think that the Bounts are trying to access Waku, whatever the place where all the hollows come from or wherever they live. And Hueco Mundo, and like the entire time. I'm just like saying to Twi. So they get there and they meet Aizen. They're bodied, right? Uh-oh. They're dead. Like it does, guys, you don't need to worry about any of it. There are several. Oh my god, I forgot about fucking Uryu, who just opened the fucking door to the Soul Society for them, which is what they fucking wanted. But if he didn't do it, if he literally just refused to do anything, it would have literally stalled their entire plan. It would have stopped them dead in their tracks. If he had just not gotten his fucking powers. It is so goddamn stupid. It makes Uryu such an idiot. Because he's fucking horny for this woman that died, and he wants to get revenge.
Also, I'm sorry, and again, maybe it could just be because I do not remember the Bount Arc. A lot of it feels like a fever dream. But how does Uryu, a Quincy, have access to this
Okay,
Soul Society?
so Jin opens the gate. Maki, the soul reaper that defected to the bounce, keeps it open. And the gate would normally dissolve. You know how the gate only accepts souls through or whatever, and you need a special way to like transmit your body into to Reishi.
I think so.
So they didn't have any ability to do that. So what ended up happening? Wait, did Maki have a fucking Gigai? I don't know if I haven't thought about that. Anyway, so what they needed to do is the Quincy's translate Reishi into like their arrows and shit. But apparently only a few Quincy could do this, even though we always see Quincy fighting with their arrow. Anyway, it's so fucking stupid. So they needed him to shoot it, which would give it the ability to translate physical matter into Reishi so they could enter into the Soul Society unharmed. That was the plan.
Okay.
It fucking just drives me up a wall.
Well, I imagine that is a natural feeling for anyone who is overexposed to the Bount Arc.
Fullbringers, if you know, you know. Thank you, Ugox. I don't know what that is, and I'm scared.
Oh, yeah. That's the final arc of the base Bleach anime.
Say, Cora, always funny hearing gift subs dodging Dederex. Also, is there an actual channel I should drop the stream-related things? This is the art channel. You're in the right channel for fan art. Dederex, like, oh, give it to me. Give it.
Oh, no.
It's just in the fucking crater.
Take me!
Dederex, we love you, man. Izanagi says, I haven't used the meme in a while. That just raises further questions. Gotta love Hermes.
Yeah.
Where the hell is Kaiser? Oh, he's messaged us probably.
Yeah. Sorry guys. Storm is fucking up my connection. Yeah, he mentioned earlier, I think, that like there was a tornado warning too. So I don't know how long he's gonna be out either.
Okay, so he'll be out for a little bit. So I guess we continue. Yeah. Kaiser will continue without you. I hope you're okay with that.
I will say this, since we were talking about the Bount Arc, to my understanding at least, like compared to the other filler arcs, when talking about like characters who can just body the 13 court guard captains, the Bount Arc is the least justifiable. So like it goes uphill from there.
I was gonna say
how much I
at the very least, like the last thing we left off on was the fight between Kenpachi and Maki, which actually had a level of narrative weight. Because like Maki's whole thing was he wanted revenge against Kenpachi for killing his master, and that's how you advance through Squad 11. Apparently that's just all retconned, but like, but the idea is like, oh, you want this revenge, and this guy was so full of himself, and he thought he could take on Kenpachi, and Kenpachi is just like, oh, cute.
Oh,
and like the entire fight is just Kenpachi like ending up bodying this guy and overpowering him. It's great. Were you gonna say something?
Oh yeah, sorry, I didn't know if we were gonna continue. I mean, I didn't want to like hold things up, but I guess while Kaiser's still getting set up, what I was gonna say was, so like this guy Maki, so his whole story is. If it's what I think it is, so like you're saying that his story was that Kenpachi killed the last captain of Squad 11, and that's who like Maki's friend was, and that's what he wants to revenge for, or because like I can understand why that was retcon, because there's another character who
absolutely I know it's retcon, but basically the idea is like he was super loyal to he was the lieutenant to that squad captain. And
there's a lot of stuff in the Bleach filler arcs that get retconned.
I was gonna say though, someone was saying like, oh, just read the manga, it's better. Not strictly. Twy and I have actually been like, she's been going back through the manga for the episodes that we cover, and there have been points where the anime has actually improved upon it. I don't have anything off the top of my head, but there have been small points where they've done something a little bit better than the manga did. But of course, obviously the manga had a lot of things that were done better as well. Like They didn't quite. There's a lot of foreshadowing Kubo does with his framing, that I do appreciate when she shows me it, but it doesn't always translate into the screen because they don't know.
Yeah. Also, Kaiser, no, we cannot hear you. I didn't realize you were talking.
So I'm gonna go close my blinds.
Yeah, no problem. Oh shit. Hi chat. Yeah, God, it's been such a long time since I've watched Bleach. I'm just not like super familiar with it. I just don't have the free time as I once did. Oh no, now we lost Kaiser again. Oh no, he's back. Kaiser,
Okay, hello?
There we go.
Hello?
Yeah, I don't know. For some reason, even though I was in the chat, I couldn't. Whenever I say something, it's like y'all couldn't hear me. But
Oh yeah, that sucks. We still can't hear you.
Funny.
wait. What? Okay, but what's the word? Sorry about that. Did you read out the message that I made about like the Togenanki thing?
Togenanki. Oh yeah, sorry.
No, actually, yeah, I'll just
go
say
ahead.
it
You
because
explain
like it was this funny thing. So there's this new shonen that came out called Togenanki. I haven't watched it. I knew its name because I saw the manga as like a recommend site that I usually go to for that kind of stuff. And there was a friend of mine who just yesterday was ranting about it. Granted, he's ranted about it to me a couple times. It was funny how this shit came up. And like the power system, okay, at first the power system in that show is that okay, people are able to like use blood to do different crazy superpowered stuff. Kind of like, fucking Tokyo Ghoul kind of
Bloodborne.
things, whatever. Yeah, like Bloodborne. But here's the thing, right? Apparently later on, the story introduces a new power system that mainly the villains use, where like they use bacteria as like a superpower to do different things, and it's like this whole separate power system. And apparently somehow that leads to a character using their bacteria powers to control gravity.
What?
How?
That's not
So
even the
back to-
stupider it gets.
I was
So
waiting for you to
microorganisms?
say like something. What I thought was going to be something ridiculous, like yes, he uses this power to give the person AIDS or something like that.
Well, I mean,
No,
okay,
that would
well
make
that
sense.
That one's
That's
reasonable. It's so crazy, but reasonable.
Yeah,
Yeah, that would
this
make
one is just
sense.
like, oh yeah, microorganisms can just control one of the fundamental aspects of
it gets
reality.
worse.
Are they fucking
gets
midichlorians?
worse. Dude, it gets
So, I
worse.
guess so.
Apparently, in the most recent episode, there's this villain whose power is okay. It's so convoluted. So he uses tarot cards, right? And so whatever he shuffles and brings out into his tarot cards, if they're right side up, it creates a construct based on that card, again using bacteria for some reason. But if it's down, the construct attacks him instead. And I'm all like, wait, why can't you just make the construct while always having it raised up? Why can't you just do that? What?
I don't,
Anyway, we have tangented
Yeah.
quite a bit. You gonna hop
Yeah, I'm
back
sorry.
in?
The storm messed up my connection, but I think it's past us now.
Well, now that we're after the storm, we can get Chloe back. Anyway, let's keep going.
Fuck no. Leave that bitch in the dirt.
Of course, we can't forget the most important energy system of all. The one we deal with every single day. Stamina. Forget chakra and forget cursed energy. The one thing that actually has an effect on your
it's a
life
fucking ad.
is how long you can stay awake and functioning.
Oh, okay.
Like,
Oh, it's an ad.
Oh.
Yeah.
cool.
Gamer
Designed to imagine Gamer Subs is pretty good at
Gamer
keeping me
Subs.
running.
Of course, all the time of all the
So,
times
check
for
out back to the
watch
video.
together to crash
Jujutsu
on me.
Kaisen.
All right, you guys keep watching. I'm gonna refresh the page.
Oh, yeah, wait,
Okay.
don't worry. It's a fucking ad.
Oh, we're about to get into cursed energy. Okay, this
Yeah.
is in my wheelhouse.
Yeah. I was gonna say I've watched a grand total of 1 episode of JJK with a couple of snippets. Otherwise, I'm not impressed.
Yeah, I've
the
watched up to season 2, and I feel like it's definitely one of those kinds of shows that gets better I mean, I don't necessarily dislike it. I actually dropped it for an entirely unrelated reason. I got spoiled on something, and that kind of like made me lose interest in it. I won't say what it was, but
Yeah.
Yeah, in a lot of ways, JJK is definitely a mixed bag overall, especially regarding its beginning. But talking specifically about its power system, I think it's pretty damn good. Especially in the sense of the way it's utilized throughout the story. I think for the most part, it works really, really well. There are only a couple of moments where I would say it was written weakly, but otherwise, it's very creative and it's very consistent internally.
My biggest issue with it starting out was that the main character was super special awesome right from the jump.
they take a while. They're taking a really long time to
they take a
explain.
little bit to actually explain why that is.
It doesn't matter why. It just deflates all of the tension. Like, okay, Naruto has the fox inside of him. He is also a complete social pariah, and he's not getting basically the care and love he deserves.
He couldn't really use any of it at that time.
He's bitter.
Anyway.
He's a delinquent. He causes problems. He has a bunch of character flaws that lead to him needing to actually climb uphill and actually understand what he has inside of him, utilize it for the greater good, and understand what the greater good is. Like, he has a number of different things to do better.
It counterbalances out.
Yeah, with Yuji, like his whole thing, like his downside really is just like he doesn't really have a curse technique. But you're kind of right that there's not a whole lot to like grow on that.
His entire opening arc is, I want to live for something. Great. I'm glad you've had that realization at the ripe age of 17.
It's kind of interesting because, god damn it crashed on me again. Fuck's sake.
Whatever.
Damn.
Yeah, no, you guys continue watching. It's kind of interesting too because, and like maybe this could also be because I don't have like the full context of where JJK kind of goes. I've always been much more interested in Gojo as a protagonist than Yuji. Just because of the
I think
idea,
it took way too long for the author to find their footing with Yuji's character. I think later on he definitely does get better, but yeah, for a good chunk of the story, he's not bad. It just doesn't really do a whole lot of favors.
I think just to be clear, I'm not saying that I like Gojo kind of like how he is written. I'm disappointed with how he's written, but I like the idea of someone, and this could also be my Superman fan talking. I like the idea of someone who is so incredibly powerful and is doing everything he can to try to make right all the wrongs that are being caused in the world and genuinely believes he can do that, and still kind of realizing that things are not that simple and things still kind of like falling apart, and despite being as strong as he is, he can't save everyone. And I like that. But
thoughts on Black Clover's power system? I think it's decent, although I don't like how OP the cast is to the point where the stakes feel minimal. I've never touched
I think
Black
that's
Clover.
very... Yeah, I think I'm of a very similar mind because I've read all the way through to like the current arc, and yeah, that is true. It's not the way it goes is nowhere near as bad as Naruto. I think there's still a good chunk of creativity that is still utilized there, and more characters stay relevant, at least at the very end of the story. But yeah, things kind of do get pretty absurd.
So,
but I think for the most part, the system works.
To elaborate on my thoughts with Yuji, because you compared him to Superman, and that's like the thing you like.
No.
I compared
Gojo.
Sorry, not Gojo?
Yeah, Satoru Gojo is who I compared to Superman. Because like, the whole thing is that...
Okay.
Well, I mean, like, he's not... Oh, no, he's nothing like Superman. I like him more than Yuji conceptually, because I like the idea of someone who is so powerful and wants to use that power to make right all the wrongs in the world, while, and then as the story kind of goes on, he's slowly realizing that it's not that simple, and that even with how powerful he is,
what I cling to is that we're introduced through Yuji. Yuji is our perspective character. He is the one that's bringing us into this world. And like, he's already super powerful. He's already a super good kid. He's already super special by the rules of the story. There is nowhere to go for him. Quite literally, like, the only thing you can do is break him down in disillusionment and then try to build him back up. But as an intro to the story, there's nothing for an audience to bite into other than the pretty animation, which is
It is
fine.
kind of funny that you mentioned that, because that is kind
That
of
is
what they
essentially
do.
what they do later on in the story.
They just gut punch. Like, it takes a while, but like the show really is just like gut punch after gut punch after gut punch after gut punch.
But the thing is,
for, like,
after a
Yuji,
specific point. But but that is true that you still need to give something to latch onto in the first place.
because
Otherwise,
I look at
it's going to...
like, if he is all. If God is all powerful, then he cannot be all good. And if God is not all good, sorry, I'm not going to go into the Luther speech, but the point of the matter is, like, I compare him to like Midoriya, and everyone's like, "Oh, that's," and I do this because JJK fans were really fucking obnoxious about the ending of MHA, and then they got their shit kicked in, which I find infinitely amusing. But I compare what I experienced with Yuji to Midoriya, and Midoriya from his starting point is incredibly weak. That's his entire arc, is he wants to do good and he can't. And the idea, like, he establishes in the themes of the story, is that no matter how weak you are, you can always do something good. You can always help people. Like, that's the whole heart of the story. And it establishes it very quickly with him. And then it gives him power, and he doesn't automatically become a god among men. He needs to work hard to actually utilize that power and study it and really make good use of it.
Like World Trigger.
Yeah.
Sorry.
But like, to the point of this is, Yuji comes into the story having literally everything, to the point that he can repress a god attempting to possess his body.
Yeah.
Like, I'm sorry, if what's his face had actually fully controlled Yuji by that point and he became an actual fucking menace upon the earth, I would have been like, oh shit, so this good kid just made a huge fucking mistake, and this guy over here was right. And I know that they're building to that. They're building to something like that. I get it. That's what they want to do. And like the whole struggle inside.
But the whole thing is that, like, okay, but what do you have to cling on to now in preparation towards that point? Yeah.
And what I was gonna say, it's funny that you say that you would prefer that, Raymond, because that is, in my ideal version of like JJK, that would have like a better written Gojo as like the protagonist. That is what I would have preferred to have been the inciting incident of the story.
Yeah, it would be great. You're this super special, awesome kid. He's super kind-hearted. He just wants to do good, and in a bad situation, he makes a decision to try and clear it, and it turns out to be possibly the worst decision he could have made.
Possible decision, yeah.
I think what I like about that too is that you also have Gojo, this guy who's like so almost like self-important, that like he genuinely, like he almost doesn't seem to take the threat seriously the way that like he probably should, and at the same time can't actually deal with the threat the way that he should, because he's someone who wants to be able to like not kill anyone. He doesn't want to kill Yuji, but at the same time, he also has to like kill this guy who's possessing him. And there's so many like ways you could take it.
I was gonna say, like, if you have like in the next episode, this like immediately they restrain this demon that's not at full power. They restrain Yuji's body, and they manage to, like, through external forces, pressure down the demon, and so Yuji comes to consciousness, and they're like, dude, you fucked up. You fucked up so hard. It's like, I just wanted to do good. It doesn't fucking matter.
And then you could have so much there where you then have Gojo basically talking with the higher ups of like, are we gonna execute him or not? And you have Gojo who has to like make the decision of what exactly he's gonna do with this kid that's like now in his care, which also subsequently means that any deaths that are caused by him being alive are on him, and that can like weigh down on him later for other like internal conflicts later. There's just so much cool stuff that I feel like you could do in that kind of situation.
Yeah.
Like it's so strange to me. It baffles my mind how like the writer for Jujutsu Kaisen constantly wanted to like put Gojo aside because he was so powerful, because he didn't know what to do with him so much, when I'm like, you just need to be creative with how you use your powerful characters. It's not like they just solve all the problems. They only solve the problems as much as you allow them to. And like,
especially since what's the word? He's definitely creative in other aspects of the story.
Yeah.
I mean, that's pretty much what happens. Yeah, but not really, because Yuji manages to stomach down the demon. Like, if he hadn't been able
Yeah.
to do that, it would have been so much more interesting. Otherwise, the opening episode of JJK is just worse Bleach. And I stand by that. I watched them basically back to back. It has the same, because Yuji is nowhere near as actually, I should go back to why I called him Eugene.
Kaiser, do you think Yuta does this better? Oh, you know what? I mean, kind of. They do a similar thing with Yuta with Yuji in the story, but like,
Yeah.
there's a bit more. It's a little bit better because the result of Yuta's power is there's a lot more shit that comes with Yuta, and the way his power manifests by comparison, at least earlier on in his part of the story. But it is a prequel, so things kind of got smoothed over pretty quickly.
Yeah, I don't know why I didn't even think about Yuta. Raymond, I'd be very curious what your thoughts are on like JJK 0, when or if you ever get around to it.
I have very little interest in JJK. Like, that first episode was such a killer in terms of my investment.
That's fair.
It's really, and it actually does make me appreciate that MHA, you don't realize it, but the first 2 episodes are the opening episode, effectively. Like, they took their fucking time with it. And it's like, it makes me really love MHA more now that I see how they just try to rush JJK into being what it is. I also fucking, Yuji, he's just Ichigo, but with no bite. It makes more sense with later plot twists, but I don't know if it'll change your... If your story's intro hinges on a later plot twist, it is not a good story.
What are you talking about, Raymond? Final Fantasy 13 is great. You just gotta like get through like 30 hours and then the game is good, I swear.
I was gonna say, like, Madoka Magica has multiple twists along the way. You are not bound by it to be interested in the story. Like, you are endeared to the characters. They are not super special awesome. They are not crazy powerful. They are not incredibly kind and loving people. They are flawed. Madoka is a wilting violent. She doesn't like conflict. She shies away from it, which is a whole establishment of her character. Sayaka is incredibly brash and forward. She's enamored with a boy and doesn't understand that, like, she might just be, like, not in romantic competition for him. You have a friend that's like constantly teasing them about forbidden love. Like, you have all these different elements of these characters that are very likable. And then when they get introduced to the main plot, they don't, but Madoka Magica is good though. Yes, I'm telling you, because Madoka Magica in its first episode establishes a bunch of these things. It establishes a mystery with the one character we know. We know is like mysterious and dark and possibly powerful. There's a whole mystery going on there. It doesn't just hand powers out willy-nilly. And then it also establishes that the powers, like, you already get a sense the powers might not be worth it. Like, more Ichigo is better JJK comparison. Yes. Just that's the statement. Madoka Magica is better JJK. I don't even know if that's an equal comparison. I just think that the openings are much stronger. So it's like, I'm comparing it because Madoka Magica has 3 levels of, like, famous twists in its entire story. There's the one in episode 3, there's the one in episode 7, and then there's the one in episode 10 and 11. Like, those are 3 major plot twists to the story. The story does not hinge on those plot twists. It is enhanced by it. The rest of the story functions just fine before they actually happen. JJK doesn't.
All right, can we... all right, I think we belabored this chapter enough.
Yeah, okay, sorry. I just wanted to get it out.
Yeah, we'll probably be talking more about JJK as we get into Cursed Energy, if anything.
Look, you've argued with a bunch of people on Twitter about this, Raymond. We get it. Let's move on.
Gets a lot of criticism. Some of it is well-deserved, but most of it, the vast majority, is completely baseless, given by people who consume the series off of TikTok. Because if there's one thing Jujutsu Kaisen absolutely nailed from start to finish, it would be its power system. More specifically...
for the record, I don't consume it off of TikTok. I hate TikTok. I consume it off of YouTube Shorts, like a based individual.
Hell yeah.
Ooh, AI. Did he wait? Oh shit! Did he just use AI, or was that he was using a TikTok?
What?
Was he using a TikTok?
No, I think it was a TikTok.
Some of it is well-deserved, but most of it, the vast majority, is completely baseless, given by people who consume the
I'd say
series
this is a
off of
TikTok,
TikTok.
yeah.
Because if there's one thing Jujutsu Kaisen absolutely nailed from start to finish, it would be its power system. More specifically, its consistency with the series' energy system. In Jujutsu Kaisen, humans naturally produce curse energy, which is an internal energy born from negative emotions. Most people just leak it unconsciously, which in turn gives birth to cursed spirits.
Oh shit, this might
But
actually be
sorcerers, the main profession of this verse, are capable of harnessing this energy, using it to fuel their curse techniques. It's a simple yet effective setup. What
no, he
makes
summoned
cursed energy
Dumbo.
stand out
gonna get
is
more
its
mana.
versatility.
Oh no, he
Because in
summoned
practice,
the
it is far more than
tandem
just
war
an
elephant.
invisible stamina bar. Cursed energy is the very reason a lot of the main antagonists exist. I mean, they're made out of the thing, and is capable of being weaponized to such an extent that Yuji Itadori for the vast majority of the series was capable of relying purely on raw cursed energy to keep up with the scale of the plot. Even beyond that, the system constantly
I really just love hearing that described that way. Oh, he kept up with the entire plot on raw power alone. That's so interesting for a character.
Yeah, it's part of, again, it's one of the reasons why I like Gojo as a concept and not so much like as he is. I dislike how he's I dislike how he's treated as this guy who, like, once he enters, like, would just like stop all the conflict that they have, which really just kind of like says a lot about how
Well, he's talking about Yuji, not
I
Gojo.
don't necessarily say
was he?
that'd be what.
He's talking about Yuji, not Gojo.
Yeah, he was
Oh,
talking
okay.
about
I'm
Yuji.
sorry. The Watch Together keeps crashing. I have to keep I'm trying not to like bring down the call by like bringing attention to it. Like it's happened like I want to say 15 times just in the past like.
Oh, wait, don't worry. We can turn it into a gag. Keep a counter. We're at what, like 4 or 5?
I'm trying to keep up with the conversation just like off of pure BS alone, and it's not working.
expands in innovative, consistent ways. What happens when you flip cursed energy? Well, you get positive energy, which is capable of being used for healing or reversing the effects of your techniques.
Is it really called positive cursed energy?
I honestly don't.
I'm pretty sure that's what they typically call that, but very few characters actually.
Isn't that like an oxymoron?
I think so. The whole positive cursed energy thing actually is one thing that hasn't really clicked with me about the magic system, because like they try to explain it mathematically in the sense that, okay, you have negative energy and you multiply it by more negative energy and you get positive energy, and this is how you create reverse curse technique. And in my mind, I'm like, okay, but what does it mean to multiply your power by itself? Are you also increasing the number or the amount of curse? Like, does this technically mean that anyone who can reverse it also can just infinitely multiply their power again and again and again?
I'm getting mixed results. M3D is calling it positive energy, and then Curium of the Frozen says it's called reverse curse energy, and then M3D says it's just positive. The technique is called reverse curse energy, but it is just positive.
Yeah, I think that last one is the most accurate one. What it's called reverse cursed energy.
So
but
okay, the energy
it
itself is positive, but the technique to summon it is reverse curse.
Yes.
Yeah, it's
okay.
It's reverse of the negative.
Gotcha. Yeah. It's called reverse energy. You know what? They have lost the right to call it anything but Smormo energy.
It's called. I was gonna say Wumbo, but yes.
This is Smormo energy.
Yeah,
that's the end of it. Let's just listen to this.
No,
if you manage to time your curse energy application just right, well, you can land a Black Flash, which is essentially a critical strike with devastating multipliers. Some characters forego cursed energy entirely, gaining heavenly restrictions, which massively boost their physicality instead. Every addition feels like a natural extension of the same core rules, not a contradiction. But what I truly love and appreciate about cursed energy is how much it actually decides fights. One of the most prevalent cases of this actually comes about from domain expansions.
1 minute. Silver-haired freak. Blessed energy was right there. Okay, now let's pump brakes. Swarmu energy didn't need to be called blessed energy. Blessed energy you gotta be careful with that, because that starts to invoke the fucking divine, okay? Swarmu energy being called Swarmu energy is a nice clarification that's what it's there for, right? Everyone gets it. It's called Swarmu. We all know what it's there for. All right.
But why would they call it Smormu when it cannot be undone? Smormu is here to stay.
Exactly.
You can't reverse that.
Yeah.
Well, no. Like, this is the reverse. Smormu being there is the reverse. So the natural state is Smormu not being there.
Yeah. Or at least until the credits roll, then he's
Yes.
gone forever.
Yeah.
Don't tell Raymond about the angel in the culling game. What? Reverse technique. It's creatively, by the way. There are only 2 characters that use it creatively. Interesting.
Right. Yeah, there are about 2 or 3.
Who's the Smormo and JJK?
It's very
No, the energy is Smormu. It's Smormu energy.
The energy. Yes. Energy.
I would never deign to actually put a smiling character, smiling friend's character in JJK.
I mean, I was gonna call it Wumbo because you had your cursed energy set to many when it should have been reversed to Wumbo.
So Wumbo.
Fuck! You know who this goddamn reminds me of? Yuji, and the reason why I fucking hate him? It reminds me of the main character from fucking Fate. What's his name? Shit.
Shiro Emiya?
Okay, wait.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Not as bad as Shiro. Okay.
Shiro Emiya is an absolutely reprehensible piece of shit.
Terrible.
Who is like propped up as being a good person.
Well, yeah, that's the thing that comes off. He's super powerful because he summons goddamned Artoria, who is also super bullshit. And his entire thing is, I want to do good. I just want to keep on doing good. And it's like, I'm sick of you.
Raymond, you would be right if Shiro was just boring. The problem is that he's not just boring. He is absolutely dog shit.
No, I need to clarify here. I'm talking within the first few episodes.
Okay,
he is a boring piece of shit that gets way too powerful really quickly. Like, I would actually argue in the first episode comparison, Yuji's worse, but I think you're right that Emiya does get fundamentally even worse as time goes on.
Yeah,
that's
where I can 100% say that Yuji definitely,
because like the first episode straight up establishes he can't even dodge a rolled up poster swung at him by his teacher, but like can go toe to toe, but like can actually last more than like a minute or 2 against fucking Kukulane of all people.
Yeah.
And then there's the single worst line of his in the whole. God, I want to put out part 10 so bad because I have so much shit to say about it.
Please tell me it's not people die when they are killed, because I feel like that's someone that just gets joked about.
Dude, that line is fucking like potatoes compared to what I think is the
I was going to say, because people fucking harp on that line, and I'm sitting here like, in context, that makes a lot of fucking sense, actually.
Worst.
No. He's talking about something from Unlimited Blade Works, because that line is from Say Night.
Right.
Yeah. Sure. The worst line. I'm gonna hold off on. I'm not saying it like publicly. You guys will just have to watch part 10 when it comes out.
It's really bad.
Yeah, I was going to say, he mentions, that one time I went to Epstein Island and everyone's like, Emiya!
Yeah, so I hear I have to go to the Epstein Island.
He's in the files. He's in the files, bro. Honestly, with the shit that they get into in the light novels, I wouldn't be surprised. What?
Oh, absolutely.
Like, yeah.
There are almost always instant win conditions, an ability that guarantees your every attack will land. But here's the catch. They massively drain the user of their cursed energy, leaving them vulnerable once they collapse. So look at Mahito versus Yuji and Todo. Mahito's final loss to Yuji isn't just because Yuji overpowered him. It's because Mahito spent his energy recklessly during the fight, stacking high-cost move after high-cost move until he had nothing left. The fight's outcome was dictated as much by resource management as it was by raw strength. So from output to efficiency, to control and reinforcement, to reverse techniques, and to heavenly restrictions. Cursed energy is one of the most consistent and well-developed energy systems in modern shonen.
I need to ask though, how do you distinguish this from Chakra then? Like, you gave us a bunch of the techniques, sure, and it all comes from the same place, but how is this distinct from Chakra?
it is kind
Yeah, I
of
would say that like it's way too broad in the framing of this. He
because like
should go
what
way
you're
more
talking
specific
about
and eggs down.
is like
I mean, I could personally, but I don't
But-
want to do your job for
but
you.
it's not a problem of the power system that you're describing. What you're describing is power creep, and you're just saying that JJK doesn't fall into that trap,
Doesn't that really
which is impressive. But like, if Naruto didn't fall into that trap of power creep, it wouldn't be a problem. Like, it's a matter of delivery. It's not a matter like your problem isn't the difference in power system, it's how it's delivered. Your framing is off. You're looking to the left when you should be looking to the right. And I just moved my hands in the opposite directions of what I just said because I'm an idiot.
whatever left and right. That's a perspective issue. Like someone looking at you, it would look left and right.
M3D.
Yeah,
To be
bro.
fair, Yuji is not that powerful until he diversifies his power set. It's his simplicity that often limits him in his fights.
Yeah, but in the first episode, he was definitely way stronger than he probably should.
I
be.
will say, talking with you about it, like, has also made me kind of realize he learned. Okay, so he was mentioning Black Flash earlier. And this is where I'm gonna like bullshit a little bit more about, because like again, I've just been refreshing the watch together for like a little bit.
Sure.
Because like another thing that Yuji also picks up really quickly is the Black Flash, which is said to be like this really powerful technique, but is apparently so incredibly difficult to pull off that some people almost only ever pull it off like once in their lifetime or some shit like that. And Yuji, like the first fight that he ever uses it, figures out how to just do it like just on command.
Almost on command. Which
yeah.
kind of sucks. He was able to do that so early. Because the idea of it is really good, because a big thing in JJK is about the characters being able to like control what it means to control your own negative emotions, and you have to get into this zen-like state to control it to such a fine point within a set amount of time for you to use Black Flash. And I'm like, okay, this is interesting. We can get pretty introspective with this and tie this in with Yuji's own personal arc. And it's like, he did it as soon as you got it explained. It's like, oh,
see,
that's
I
unfortunate.
think one of the things I'm becoming more and more realizing that I'm more and more frustrated with in anime, and this kind of ties into like one of the I guess it's actually a root to one of my other problems is, characters shouting out attack names and such, and like doing this thing called the Black Flash. I'm getting really sick of like everyone being super specialized in these techniques that all have these distinct names, when it's like it kind of limits, it restricts how impressive an actual fucking fight can be in terms of just choreography. I'm thinking like a Jackie Chan fight is basic bitch in terms of like power set. Obviously none of them have powers. They're just human beings. But it's so fucking fun to watch because it's incredibly creative. Everyone is scrabbling for everything they can in order to get a leg up in a fight. And it's all very impressive on that front. And meanwhile, in a lot of anime and a lot of shonen specifically, it's everyone has this one technique that they have to work around. And it's like, guys, just be more, like, have better choreography. That's all I'm asking for. A good fight is a good fucking fight.
I will say though, in that regard, I think Yuji, not Yuji specifically, but I think broadly JJK's fights is probably the better marriage of those two elements. Because you don't really have like characters shouting out their techniques very often. Very few times they really do. It only really happens during like domain expansions and things like that.
I was gonna say a really good thing for this, surprisingly, the live action adaptation of Yu Yu Hakusho. It has amazing fight choreography.
Yeah, I've seen a couple of clips of fights on YouTube. They're actually pretty fucking decent. Yeah.
Even though it's bad, it does a lot of really, really bad things. And strictly speaking, the anime and the manga are better. It's not worthless. I actually do recommend watching the Netflix adaptation of Yu Yu Hakusho. It has its positives.
Yeah, like
also,
choreography and like just also kind of like understanding like the key parts of like the fight play out is also just kind of what makes a fight, whether it is through choreography or something else entirely. Because like that's also the reason why I like World Trigger so much, is that
Yeah.
the fights themselves aren't even necessarily always about like one guy versus another, or even just a couple others like in like a skirmish. It is
Yeah, a
about
whole
like
lot of
strategy.
times it's not even really a 1v1 except for like the clearly high level players, but even then there's some really intricate things going on.
Yeah, like there's a lot of strategy that goes on because it's not always just like one guy versus another guy. Again, like a big thing in the rank wars is that it's always like teams of people against one another. So it's not
Yeah.
always just about like the power levels of like these kinds of characters who just like go off to do their own thing to fight some other character, and then we just like, you know, slowly, you know, knock one off one at a time. No, it's actually like each of them are trying to like use certain aspects of the battlefield to their advantage. They're trying to take advantage of the weaknesses that they're aware of like other certain kinds of people. They're actually
Right.
trying to organize themselves in a way that, and like the way
Yeah.
that you see this methodology in their mind play out in the fight, that is in some ways almost more interesting than the fight itself. The fact that you can see
Yeah.
the characters doing
For
that.
example, I rewatched 2 of the rank wars fights in season 2. As a reminder, Pete, the 5th match is the one where Tamakoma first introduced like their new strategies, like the spiders and the lead bullets and things like that. And then the second fight afterwards is where they were fighting in that neighborhood scape, facing off against, you know, one of the teams is the red guy who can use the Kogetsu whirlwind really well. So as an example, I guess from the second of those fights there, a lot of what really was tense about the fight was dependent on their positioning. So for reference, everyone, the Rank Wars is basically a tournament within the series where members of the organization get to rank up for like promotion, essentially. And so you get randomly put onto a map, kind of like on some, you know, Fortnite type beat. And that's where a lot of fights are determined by the positioning of the characters and where they decide to go. Because after the previous match where Osamu introduced the wires, all the other teams knew immediately that, okay, because of these wires, his team is insanely dangerous because his ace can pull some Spider-Man shit. So we need to shut that motherfucker down right from the get-go, and their team is toast. We can handle everything else.
Thank you so much, Omega Rob, for this. This is terrible, but this is dog shit.
Yeah, exactly. That's how I would describe it, really. Like, at the very least, Yuji definitely gets better as a character later on. Shiro just gets even worse.
Yeah.
Hikaru, 5 pounds. You say Jackie Chan has no powers, while the cartoon had him fight off folks whom had talismans, nevertheless his martial arts.
We're gonna talk about like Jackie Chan Adventures.
Yeah, that's a great show, but I haven't really thought about the power rating in that. M3D Sakamoto Days is a simple story, and it kind of shit the bed in the ending, but it might have the best fight choreo in any comic manga ever. I've heard about that. That's someone with a big guy who was a retired hitman, right?
I believe so.
That's the one.
Isa says, I think hyper-specialization can be fun in concept and fights, but yeah, it limits creativity unless the power gets too broad with its own problem. It's just that the show forgets, typically, a lot of shows forget that the characters can be outside of their niches. It's like, like I like variety, but over-specialization can also kill a story.
Right.
Like, guys, like Leon S. Kennedy uses a lot of different weapons. He's not just Machine Gun Man. He is not just Pistol Guy. He is not also just Magnum Dude. He is very versatile. I would like to see that versatility with a bunch of other characters, even if they have preferences. If they start out with that way, like having them trained in other techniques, or like if you make it a plot point that they're only good at this one technique and they need to like really work around that limitation, there's something to be said there. But I get sick of like, I mean, it's a big problem in Bleach right now, is they just keep fucking pulling out Hados out of their goddamn asses.
And then it's kind of funny that you bring that up as like an idea for someone when that's something that
happens in World
Trigger. But like instead of a power, it's a strategy where like Osamu relies way too much on his friend Yuma.
Yeah.
And like everyone realizes, oh, once we take out Yuma, then like Osamu's just weak sauce.
I need to ask a simple question here. You don't need to give me any specifics, obviously, but do offensive Hados ever do fucking anything in Bleach?
Depends on who they're being used against.
Really.
Like not on the big players, no.
Yeah, I was gonna say
there's only one or two that I would say actually do something.
There have been 2 instances where Hados have meant anything. The first one was when Rukia restrained Ichigo, and the second one was in the fucking Bount Arc when she restrained Snake Lady Whip, and then she
honestly the Hados are such like freaking missed potential with this show, man, because they could have added so much good variety to the fights, like Raven was talking about, because without it, so many of the fights do the Dragon Ball thing where a lot of them just sort of look the same. Like when you actually get to how the fights are like choreographed, they just feel the freaking same.
It's also I was also gonna say like only 2 times, and then I remembered that like both times, because I was thinking of like the time when Aizen used Kuro Hitsugi, but then I remembered, oh wait, no, both times that he used that like were basically like the consequences were completely undone.
I completely glazed over. Roaming Trends in the chat. Hey man, how's it going?
Yeah, I was about to point it out, but I didn't know.
Harry Potter wizards can be defeated by a gun. Makes you wonder how useful they're. Look, there was that. I can't remember what YouTuber's name is, but he keeps doing these shorts and I think TikToks as well of like America Wizard, who's teaching over. He's America Wizard teaching over at Hogwarts, and he's like, "I'm teaching you guys the magic of a 5.67 or a 5.7."
It's so hilarious. Funny too. I would like to see. It's so funny too how like I won't make this about Harry Potter. No, I don't want to like.
Well, I was gonna say like Harry Potter is like hilarious because they're like, oh, Muggle technology doesn't work here, and it's like.
Yeah, when like in reality, if there was ever a war between wizards and muggles, like just they'd get nuked.
No, absolutely. Like, the thing is like oh, well, no, even that. A simple firearm, like that's not really technology. That's just mechanics, and you guys have mechanics all around your like mechanics and chemistry. That's all firearms are. You guys have a bunch of that fucking rolling around in your school, like mundane type shit. Why wouldn't a fucking pistol work? Why wouldn't a rifle fucking work? Sure, we can't use any fancy optics and electronics. We don't need that shit.
Well, you see, Raymond, there's one thing you haven't accounted for, and that's that wizards have this spell that when they need to do number 2, they can send it to the poop dimension.
I forgot about that.
Kiram the Frozen says, Fog Hill of 5 Elements got really good choreography. It is Chinese. I love the water art style it uses. But yeah, no, I'm just saying that like the Battle of Hogwarts would have been over real fucking fast if one of them just had a Barrett 50 cal. Just saying.
It's not just a limiter, it's the foundation of every battle in the story itself. And honestly, I encourage any author to use it as a blueprint when designing their own.
You gonna finger gun him to death there? To be fair, HP takes place in the 1980s or something. It takes place in the 90s. And also, fucking sniper rifles have existed since the Civil War.
I was about to say.
We are very good with sniper rifles by the mid-80s. Trust me on that.
We're very good at shooting people.
The fucking White Death from Finland could take out everyone at goddamn Hogwarts before they even realized what was happening. So, headcanon, the U.S. has a Second Amendment to defend against witches. Yes! Fuck that school that they have in America, whatever it's called. It has the stupid names for Thunderbird, which apparently I'm in, which, cool.
Oh, that's a thing?
So far, we've looked...
Yeah, I love J.K. Rowling's take on, there are all these different wizarding schools around the world. They all have the exact same structure of Hogwarts because, which is a British boarding school. They wouldn't be any different. They all have houses. They all have these different, competitions. They're basically just a British boarding school reskinned in their local areas.
That's
It's really lame and disappointing. And I'm just sitting here, I'm like, please, like, she doesn't even account for, like, the different cultures all that much. Like, it's very minimal. I mean, we only get so small of an amount of information on them anyway.
Right.
But I still can't get over. She called the Japanese school, which is on the second island of Iwo Jima, by the way. So it witnessed the fucking storming of Iwo Jima. They were like a spitting distance away from it. But it's called Maho Tokoro. You want to guess what that's called? What that means?
Magical something.
Okay, you got the first part.
Yeah, I know Maho just from Maho Shoujo, but
Yeah.
like I'm not sure. What did you say the second word was?
Tokoro.
Tokodo or Tokoro?
Tokoro.
Tokoro. Okay. I'm not sure.
It means
yeah,
magic place.
What? Okay, we're sure that this isn't
I'm
like
going to my magic place, Raymond.
Jesus Christ. This is like that one
Yo,
jackass.
that's what
who tried-
domain expansions are. Magic place.
This is like that one jackass who tried to translate the opening to Circle of Life, but in this case it's actually correct.
And it paints the wizarding world as a monoculture and stagnant. I'm sorry, but magic being like, I presume that the wizarding world still has distinct cultures between the different major locales. You don't just have a monoculture worldwide. I'm sorry, do you look at our modern world with instant internet and presume that we have a monoculture? If anything, we're even more fractioned off than we were before. People stick to their individual niches. We talk about civil unrest becoming more because everyone's in their own bubbles. Like,
wouldn't that be kind of interesting? Sorry, I'll let you finish. I'm sorry, I was interrupting.
Yeah, no, I was gonna say, like, would you like to know the difference between pagan rituals and onmyo? Yes! Like, that's exactly, like, every single locale on the planet has a different understanding of magic historically, which I think would be reflected in a world where magic is real. Like,
God, you could have like a Greece, like a Greek school that like is heavily inspired by like Greek mythology or some shit like that. You can have like an African school that probably references a lot of I forget like what
Ed Savinsky says, reminder, wandless magic is considered uncivilized, and the African wizard school teaches that in JK's world. I'm sorry, but I thought that wandless magic was actually super fucking advanced. Because everyone makes a big deal about the guy who's in a background character in the bar, who's like casually spinning a spoon with his hand, like magically, and he's reading like Stephen Hawking's book. Like it's like everyone's like, oh my god, this guy is like fucking scary.
Also, before we continue, I think I finally figured out why Watch Together kept crashing. I think it's because I've been streaming so many things at once between Watch Together, the RahiTuber, and I was also watching the live stream in another tab. I guess my internet just couldn't handle it.
Was that rant at me or at Rowling? Yesn't. No, because I don't think Rowling, I think, has a warped view of what the different houses and stuff are, like different schools are. Like, I think she presumes they are structured just like they are in England. I do not, however, think that she presumes the magic across the world is universally monoculture. But at the same time, someone saying, oh, but wandless magic is uncouth, that goes against, like, it's very mixed in what we just discussed. I'm not one that blindly hates on Rowling. I think, but like, she has her moments of real dumb fucking stuff.
The poop dimension.
Oh my god. The strongest Smormu energy user ever.
What?
Hello.
Oh,
I'm Mr. Frog. I'm going to kill Yuji now. Okay.
But Mr. Frog, we needed him to finish the show. Hello, but I'm not sorry.
Hello, not sorry. Are you going to eat that? I don't care. It's Yuji.
May I pull your hair?
Who's the demon, by the way? Sakuka? Or is that
Sukuna?
Sukuna. I just like, he eats like the fingers of Sukuna, and Sukuna's yes, I'm being against. Hello, I'm Mr. Frog.
Hello.
How are you? Are you inside yourself? Yeah, I guess so. It's like, oh, I'm gonna take over your body. Oh,
Yeah.
I don't want that. It's like,
Wait,
you don't get a say. It's like, but it's my body.
I just imagine Sukuna's like he enables his domain expansion, and then Mr. Frog's like, oh, I can do that too. Just like tries to do a domain expansion and just eats him.
Yeah, it's like domain expansion. Domain expansion. He doesn't name it. He just eats the guy. I love the idea of like Inception. He's eaten Sukuna inside of himself.
And then he just becomes Sukuna.
I can.
Sukunaception.
All right. Frog versus the Frog went. Frog casually threw a tree at the moon and blew off like a quarter of it, man.
Yeah, it's
Mr. Frog is
like,
literally broken from the get-go.
Like I might have to look up at like some Planet Hulk feats, but like it's closer than I think you guys realize. Or not even really close. It's a lot more like in Mr. Frog's favor, I mean.
Yeah. At an energy system with a strong foundation that eventually lost its way, and another that stayed consistent from start to finish. But now, let's look at an energy system that was weak almost from the ground up.
So, has anyone actually seen solo
I have
leveling?
seen solo leveling.
I've
yeah.
seen sister leveling.
Shut the fuck up.
I unironically love it. I find it so fucking hilarious.
It is very funny. It is very funny, yeah.
Sorry, wait, that's a thing? Sister leveling?
It's an abridged series based on it. And
parody,
like
yeah.
the entire gag is that like he got into like the contract with the superpowered abilities, and it keeps demanding he do these crazy fucking quests. And one of them is to bang his sister because he accidentally got locked onto the incest route, and he is so angry about it. But then it's like, new quest, Sweet Home Alabama. He's like, no, I'm not. This quest cannot be skipped. It's like, no, reject. If you reject this, you will be killed instantly. And like the thing is, it magically changes everyone's perception so that they're attracted to him, including his sister, and she's like constantly hitting on him, and that's what prompts it.
And then they immediately get his mom too.
Okay.
Yeah,
this is something I didn't know that I needed. I'm adding this to my watch.
It is. It's only in shorts. I don't think it's like any long form episodes. He's like sitting there. She's like,
they do compilations of the episodes.
But like before, she's like, "Oh, step bro, this meat is so tasty. Can you please stop phrasing that way?"
We're
never
getting Chick-fil-A ever again.
Yeah, it's like he's like, I'm not going to bang you. Oh, you're no fun. Then he gets the order from the machine. He's like, God damn it. So he drinks down an entire beer, and he's like, no one is to ever know about this. He's like,
nobody except the neighbors.
He's like, God damn it.
Yeah.
It's so well written because like everyone's like, are you fucking your sister? No.
Okay. But bottom line, out of the three of us, and talking about the non-abridged version, Kaiser is the...
Yeah.
Okay, how far have you gotten exactly?
I've seen all of the anime, and I've read a good chunk of the manhwa until I stopped because it got boring.
Okay, because I stopped at like, I want to say episode 3 or 4 because I got bored that early on.
Yeah.
Man, I would love to see this guy tackle goddamn Tower of God.
Oh my god!
I hate that show.
I used to love reading Tower of God when it came out. I just fell off of it.
I've been told that the webcomic that it's based on is apparently significantly different from the anime, such that
I never saw the anime, so I don't know. But like,
as someone who has watched the entire first season of the anime and also read pretty far like up through the season in the manga or the manhwa or whatever, it's awful either way. It's so guys.
It gets pretty bad.
Guys, I sat through 30 episodes of the Bount Arc.
Jesus.
I fell off of the first, 20 chapters of this gargantuan fucking manhwa 3 times! One of which, having watched the anime and knowing what was to come, so I already knew what I could get to, I fell off again! I hate that manhwa with a passion, and so many of the fans give me like, oh man, it gets so good, why can't it be good now? It's so.
Listen,
I
like
hate it so much.
Raymond, listen. Let me explain. There's this game called Final Fantasy 13.
The only redeeming thing about Tower of God is that there is a cute lizard girl that should have honestly been the main protagonist. She generally has that energy. And it would have been way more interesting. But then the other thing is a fucking soundtrack by Kevin Penkin, who is a god among men in terms of music, and it's possibly my favorite soundtrack by him ever. He's the guy that does the music for Made in Abyss.
Okay. No, I know.
Which also has an incredible soundtrack. So highly recommend. Just look up those soundtracks. They are very good.
Tower God. So I think I've gotten I think I was 700 chapters into Tower God when I was reading it. When I was just getting into manhwa, because that was one of the very first manhwa I ever read. So I I was just interested in it because it was a thing that I never seen before, and there were some things in the story that I found interesting, but after a while it felt like nothing was truly progressing, and it was just doing a lot of the same shit, and it got so confusing as well.
It quite literally, it was like that from word go. And the thing is, guys, as much as I hate Yuji, I hate Bam so much more. Yuji is a functional human being. He's super nice, which is boring as fuck. Bam quite literally has no personality except to simp for the girl he's looking for. And
I'm sorry. I'm looking at CBF in the chat. They also got Kevin Penkin in the Giguk fucking anime that he made. I still need to see that one.
I wouldn't be surprised. Kevin Penkin's a fucking workhorse. Izanagi, for fuck's sake, the stupid indulgent power fantasy mechanics make me vomit as much as my Rising Shield Hero, and I haven't seen the show.
Rising Shield Hero has a different
Bam / Yoru, right? Yeah. He goes. His real name is Bam in the manhwa. I think they.
Yeah, I think it's 25th Bam. I think it was
28th.
Full name.
No, it might be 25th. You're right. It's one of the song titles. That's the only reason I know that. There's a Giguk anime. I'm pretty sure Giguk made an anime.
Yeah, Giguk made an anime, and it's out.
Bam is Korean. Yoru is in Japanese.
Oh, it's Bond. Oh, that's what the anime is called. Bond. Okay.
But
anyway.
Yeah, it's on his channel, though it's more of a short film. I mean, that'd be fine. And to be fair, Kevin Penkin, if you got Kevin Penkin, then the music's gonna be fucking good. The only thing I've ever seen Kevin Penkin be bad at music was season 2 of Tower of God, where he only did half of the soundtrack, and most of those were assisted by someone else. It sounded like, from what I could see, he did not give a shit. So we call that the Bear McCreary method of music production. The only thing I remember about Bam is how dirty he got done by that blonde girl in the anime. Honestly, deserved.
I mean, she is a bitch.
Yeah. It was the most interesting thing to happen to him in the entire story, and it happened at the end.
You're
of season
not
1.
wrong. You're not wrong.
The man's person, and the thing is, there's no indication of whether or not he'll just go back to her and simp and be like, "Why did you do that?" Or if he'll be on a revenge quest.
Dude,
I don't care.
The thing is that I have been looking. When I was reading it, I was looking forward to what would happen if Bam ever encountered Rachel ever again, and then I was at over 800 chapters or so, and it just didn't fucking happen.
I would love a stream with you guys.
Like an afterthought, and she barely did anything too.
That's what I hear. Floof got pretty far into things as well. I'm pretty sure he hates that even more than I do. I would love a stream of you guys just dogging on trash anime and power systems. Funnily enough, there's already one. Look for our stream on Assassin anime, or the world's top assassin gets isekai'd into another world. I think that's the name. It's awful. Her name is Rachel. I thought it was Rebecca. Damn the show. No, it's Rachel. Yeah. The assassin one. I can't wait for season 2. That's been in development. It's a new report came out. Oh, it's in development. I'm like, I thought we knew about that 4 years ago. Where the fuck is the season 2? You guys have been
be out when it's out.
Why are you looking for that?
No, because I want to shit on it. That's why. And I want to see how much it was already a budget anime. It was already a budget
like-
anime. I want to see how much worse it gets.
Yeah, it's like how I'm
that's
hyped for season 2 of DMC and season 3 of My Adventures with
Oh
Superman.
my
Fight
God.
me.
And also
me, Moz
season
fans.
3 of Has Been Hotel, right?
Yeah.
Right? Which,
Yeah.
by the way, if you want our thoughts on Has Been Hotel, watch CBF's new video on his channel where he, and Periodic Pete absolutely dog on Charlie Morningstar as the main character. Dog, the main characters we talked about so far today are nothing compared to this chick. Holy shit.
And
that show is awful.
I still have, because people paid me for it. I got to get to it. I just haven't had the time. I got to watch redo of Healer.
Oh my god.
So I can cover it here. And of
Oh,
course,
Lord.
brave boy that I am, going in on the uncensored version. So we'll see. And then after that, I'm going to detox by watching the uncensored version of Monster Musume. So anyway.
Mana from solo leveling. And to be clear, I'm not talking about the mana used by other characters in the verse. I mean specifically Sun Jingwoo's mana, which is connected to the system. His abilities are modeled after video game mechanics, and so his mana bar functions exactly like you'd expect.
Yes.
A generic stamina bar that drains whenever he casts a skill or summons his army.
Okay.
And that's where the problem begins. In other series like Naruto or Jujutsu Kaisen, the energy system manages to evolve beyond just being a limiter. They branch into their series' respective world building, and are capable of being used for countless other forms of utility, from sticking to walls or being timed right to land critical hits, these being additional uses that create tension and creativity in battle. Jinwoo's mana system, sticking to walls or being timed right to land critical hits, these being additional uses that create tension and creativity in battle.
My bad.
Going further into the idea, the best energy systems are those that allow their energies to become substances, giving them physical and consistent properties outside of just being the fuel for their abilities. Quirks. From here, writers can choose. I'm saying that because this does not at all define quirks, and I think it's a fantastic power system. From here, the writers can choose how to branch out from that basic concept, but the best energy systems are those that allow their energies to be physically manifested in their world, e.g. Curse Energy, Blast, Reinforcement, Nen, Aura. I'm surprised
What
you're not talking about
exactly-
Nen.
What exactly would an
Uh,
energy system that doesn't manifest?
Yeah, I was
in
about to
some way
say,
look
when
like?
does that not happen? They
Like-
always do this.
Yeah.
Regardless of how they are used.
That's the whole point. Is that energy is.
You convert also you got to be careful, become substances, because energy and translation into material is a very complicated. I mean, that's like Full Metal Alchemist. The idea.
Are you talking about with the way that it happens in fucking Hunter x Hunter, where it's oh yes, my ability is bungee gum, which is the combination of rubber bands and gum or whatever. Are you talking about that, actual creating them into different substances, or just physical forms in general? Because it's every shonen does that regardless of quality.
Izanagi says, I
Sorry,
really
I
just
wasn't
dislike
talking
game
about
mechanics-based systems and non-game settings, as it feels like a cheap way to create shorthand for the world without actually world building. It just feels kind of rote and at least overdone. Yeah, there's very few that actually have managed to
Very
do
much.
it well.
Yeah, Shangri-La Frontier
Well,
and
no,
Log Horizon. are
I
the
need to
only ones
clarify,
that feel
because
like
I'm
that well.
talking about worlds that have the game
Oh, worlds
mechanics,
that have
not
okay.
games that because those are actual people playing
Those
games.
are actual games, yeah. But
Yeah,
to be fair, anime about actual video games tend to have crappier systems compared to those two.
True. I mean, they get, but what I was
And-
going to say is the only one that comes to mind off the top of my head is Konosuba. And that's
was
a
about to
gag
say,
taking the
Konosuba
piss out of
is-
it.
Well, yeah, that one's
Yeah.
also parodying. I feel a lot of fantasy kind of aspects, and even maybe to
And
a
also,
lesser
it's pretty
intentional.
soft when it comes to that as well.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
but the reason it does that is so it understands the systems so it can parody them. That's what's great
Yeah.
about Konosuba, is it's a pretty smart parody of all those types of shitty anime.
Right. It is possible to maybe I guess ideally, because I'm never about something being inherently bad idea most of the time. So I would like to say that it is possible to have a show where your power system is like set in the real world, but the characters are given game mechanics for powers, and you can have that work, but I don't know how you could. It would be very difficult.
I always thought
think...
Konosuba was being kind of shit anime unironic. No, like the idea of Konosuba is that he keeps running into things that he thinks makes logical sense, and then it's like, wait, what the fuck? It doesn't work that way? Oh, come on!
Yeah.
And it's also funny because I think what irks me, because I think that you can build like a pretty decent magic system, keyword being decent, not like anything particularly special, off of the basis of like a video game system or something like that. I think what irks me is when like the video game inspiration, I guess, without a lack of a better word, becomes like an actual like acknowledgement in universe. And that was kind of like part of the reason where like I roll my eyes a lot at like leveling in Solo Leveling, is that like it's not all in a video game, but they treat it like it is. Meanwhile, with something like World Trigger, the magic system really does kind of feel like, or at least the way that they have border triggers.
It's sort of the way that the loadouts are in World Trigger, and the way characters use their abilities, and how everything functions, especially like during the tournaments and stuff. It feels kind of like a really, really good arena shooter game.
Yeah, because you have like
actually works. Like it actually works.
Yeah, you have all these different kinds of triggers that technically anyone can use. You have gunner triggers, you have attack triggers, and then you have snipers, which are still technically like gunners, but like they're in their own category. Long range guns basically. And you have like basically anyone can use these. You have like all these different kinds of explanations for what does what. You also have like different kinds of sub triggers. So like not only can like guns fire regular bullets, you also have like lead bullets and stuff like that. You have other kinds of things that you can mod your
bullets, or bullets that you can actively change direct trajectory while they're being shot.
The Trion Cube gunner thing, and how like there are a lot of different kinds of like bullets for that. Again, like all these different kinds of things that you can use, and it does feel like something that you would see in like a Call of Duty clone or something like that. Or something that you would see in like an RPG or some kind of like tabletop war game of some kind. But like they don't treat it like that. And in a way, I respect that a lot more, because it's a lot. It really takes me out of it when like you just say straight up what it is that your thing is, being inspired by, and you make that like common verbiage
instead of it being like its own thing and making it unique. Yeah.
Well, I was gonna say like a good example of this, like Records of Lodoss War is based very heavily on original D&D.
Right. Yeah.
But like it doesn't treat it as game mechanics, because it understands that what D&D and tabletop games, and then by extension the later like video games, are doing with those systems is creating systems to try and replicate what it's like to live in this world. It's basically the way by which the players interact with the world and can suffer consequences and create consequences. That's what game systems are. And then you get parodies of that based on those game systems, like Slayers, which is a parody, or at least in the same vein as Records of Lodoss War. It's like you've got these different, like, and that's kind of where it evolved. I guess the shittier version of that comparison is sort of online to Konosuba. But like I also just thought of another power system that's not being talked about here. Code Geass.
The Geass.
The Geasses and the Codes have their own power system that are not dependent upon mana. They're one-time use abilities. Like that's one of the most interesting elements of it, is that they are one-time use on every single person. So they're not limited in the traditional way.
Except when they're not.
Yeah.
Until they were not.
Oh no, are we
gonna talk about, is it Jeremiah?
I think not just I think not just him. I think there was something else that happened like in the later installments, but I forget.
I'm only talking about the first 2 seasons, which are the only ones that exist.
Fair enough.
Quite literally just the Lelouch arc. like the major. I don't know if he shows up in the later ones, but I don't care because he's dead. Or is he? Yu Yu Hakusho's power system. Oh, by the way, I've never seen Demon Slayer. It's on the list, but I've never seen it, so I don't know. Yu Yu Hakusho's power system. It's all right. It's kind of wishy-washy, but it actually manages to stay pretty grounded, all things considered. But yeah, wait, how convenient that the Demon King himself killed their family and she got some of his blood. Where were we talking about? Mao. That must be Demon Slayer. Okay, that's Demon Slayer stuff. All right.
Okay.
What's the right advice you can give me for a story in the same mold as Legend of Zelda, but the new hero wants to break the cycle of reincarnation? One, you have to establish. Oh god, there's several different ways you could approach that. If you're trying to make a world like the Legend of Zelda, Zelda's always had kind of a wacky, kind of a light-hearted tone to a lot of its other areas. If you're going to go darker and more serious, you need to reserve that for background details. You gotta be careful not to front-load them and make them super heavy. You gotta basically have characters like come to those realizations along the way. I mean, it's also really difficult because you're asking for,
unless you want that to be like the main like plot of the story.
Yeah, it's very vague. Because like a Legend of Zelda type story is a video game setting, which needs to account for a lot of different things, as opposed to a normal narrative setting, which you can basically streamline and tailor in. So if you're asking for game design, because game design as narrative is really interesting, that's a whole conversation. But if you're asking for narrative design, I don't know if Legend of Zelda is the one you want to touch on. Because Legend of Zelda, more than most franchises, is more defined by how its mechanics are retooled in every single game than it is its narrative. Its narrative is actually usually pretty weak. It's relatively straightforward. So anyway, yeah, also just commenting again, this guy is just so pigeonholing the whole conversation about power scaling, about powers in general.
There's power systems.
Yeah.
Honestly, I feel I'm starting to regret not us taking on the certain power scaling video that got put on my desk instead of this.
Well, add it to the list. We'll do it at some point. But like, I also want to point out, he's not really doing a good job of describing these power systems either. Like,
yeah, that's my thing. Like, I agree that, like, I guess as a reference, as someone who watched all three of these shows and has pretty good experience in understanding of how their systems work, I broadly agree that there's a clear reason why JJK broadly succeeds in these areas, but he's not doing a very good job of describing the specifics of why it succeeds.
Quite literally, his entire problem is power creep. Like, that's what it's been so far. And what I'm finding interesting is his intro here to solo leveling is, it sounds like it's not too restrictive, which is going to be really interesting. So let's see where he goes with this.
Jinwoo's mana system is entirely just a number on a stat screen. There are no clever interactions, no secondary uses, nothing. It exists purely as a meter. But the meter at least does its job, right? Like, that's the point of the video. Surely it realistically and fairly limits Jinwoo's use of his abilities. No, not really. The cycle is the same each time. Jinwoo fights a boss that conveniently has an army of minions that his shadows can aura farm on. The boss wipes out the rest of the shadows, Jinwoo's mana runs low, and he turns to the camera and says some shit like, "Guess I'm going solo on this one," and then he solos it. Name of the series appears. Roll credits. Absolute cinema. Just give it anime of the year. Just give it anime of the year. Yeah. This gets even worse when you realize this.
That whole award was a fucking wash, man.
I dropped it before.
Sorry, Yugok says, so negators from Undead Unluck is fun too. Oh, good to know.
I hear good things about that show, actually.
Yeah. Sorry, Pete, you were saying.
I'm realizing more and more how much it was probably a good idea to drop the show when I did.
Yeah.
I didn't even get far enough to the point where like he did get to like uber high levels and starts like summoning all these guys to aura farm for him. And like it sucks too because like even if you wanted to like make your magic system based around a video game, like there are video games where you do level, but the level itself doesn't actually matter as much as like what you do with the skills and resources available. Two games that my friends have actually been game that my friends have been getting me to play and another one I've been playing myself. Warframe and Marvel's Midnight Suns are both games where you like level up, but like the level itself doesn't really matter as much. In Warframe, you more so like rank up like your frames and your weapons and stuff like that, and that allows you to like add more mods onto it. But like,
God,
you
you
have a lot of
awoke
choice of it.
Isa. Apparently he can talk Warframe. Isa, I have a friend that's super hardcore into Warframe. Maybe I'll introduce you to.
Oh really? Oh, do you not care for Warframe?
No, I actually got him into Warframe because I was in ground floor with Warframe. But early on there was almost nothing to do beyond like the same repetitive like 10 different missions with like very little enemy variety, very little gameplay variety. I mean, Loki was my main. I don't know how that's changed over the years. But basically,
I think my friends would hate you. They hate Loki.
Why?
The Civil War.
Actually, I don't know because they probably changed the mechanics completely since then.
The Civil War that this podcast.
I heard Warframe. Now you have my attention. God, we're just okay. We got to do a Warframe podcast apparently.
The other thing. Sorry, I'll let you finish first.
Yeah, I was just gonna say but basically it lost me because it did that. Then there was a revamp where they started making the premium stuff, and like the grind got so tiring. I just couldn't. And my friend ended up becoming relatively well off, so he can just buy all that shit if he wants. He has sunk a lot of money into Warframe.
I believe it.
M3D says solo leveling system concept is interesting in my opinion. He's pretty much given the power of a god, but it's a one for all situation. He's given a system that makes life like an action RPG to train him.
Yeah, like they try to do this thing where it's like, okay, as Jinwoo becomes more powerful, he becomes like, more stoic and loses more of his humanity. And like they kind of touch on it a tiny bit, but we don't focus enough on it. Like there's a big reason why the only big standout moment of development that people actually talk about with Jinwoo's character is when he brings his mom back to life. And he cries about it for like a couple minutes. Like that's the only time that we actually get any meaningful examination of his character as he is now.
Other than that, you got the Undone Unluck one. Yeah, I read that.
But so the other example of like a game I've been playing with a leveling system that doesn't really matter much is Marvel's Midnight Suns, which is a game that's made by the guys who made XCOM, and it's a Marvel-based tactics deck builder kind of.
Oh.
You level up like each of your characters, each of the different like heroes, but even though you can technically increase their stats and stuff, it doesn't really matter as much as like the cards that you give their decks, which you will unlock more and more as you play, and almost the cards that you get are almost completely disassociated from like your level itself, and it's like. Even again, that's a mechanic, and that's different from like the mechanics of a story or something like that. But it's an example of like how you could take inspiration from a video game and still make something that's more interesting than just number go up, go burr.
What really gets me is that like I just look at Pathfinder. I look at D&D even though I don't like 5e, but like Pathfinder and D&D. It's not all about big number goes up. It's about your number. Some of your numbers go up, not all of them, but some of them do go up. You can occasionally increase other numbers to make them go up, but more so it's about the abilities you gain and how you specialize in different areas or you generalize in others. Like it's more about what focus you put on for your build. It's about creating a build. And like I would love an anime that just goes to like Pathfinder 1e and rips the entire concept from the ground up for its power system, because I think that would be fascinating. The one caveat is I do not want them to actually name the classes in universe, because Pathfinder actually does that and it pisses me the fuck off in its setting. I hate it when it's like, oh, he's a fighter class, and it's like, what does that fucking mean in this setting?
Like,
what is
everybody fights in this show. What are you talking about?
Yeah, it's like what is your job as a fighter? Well, he's a fighter in the guild, and it's like, what does that mean? Does he have to do paperwork for being a fighter? Does he not? Because he's like rock stupid. What does that mean?
Yeah, with like the magic users, you could get away from it because like their quote unquote job is defined on like where they get their magic from. Wizards learn it, and through their own hard work. Sorcerers are gifted it, like that kind of stuff.
Warlocks contract for it, that kind of thing.
What is the difference? What is the difference between fighter and barbarian in universe? Like why? So like barbarians are people who just get really mad.
It's fighters with rage issues.
Yeah, it's fighters with rage issues.
Yeah, essentially.
What I'm talking about the Zelda is the hero and the villain in the apprentice constantly reincarnating my own version of the Triforce and the prophecy. That's it. I don't know about the apprentice bit, but the hero and the villain is the hero of the villain in the apprentice constantly reincarnate. That's not English, my friend. I'm actually tripping over myself trying to understand you. Have you not played a Zelda game? I've played a Zelda game. Like the idea of a hero who is reincarnated to fight a villain who is pseudo-reincarnated, who is then also like beseeched by a goddess who is reincarnating inside the body of a princess, like of a lineage, a specific lineage. Like, I don't know if I have any specific tips. Make sure you thoroughly explain why the character wants to break the repeating cycle of reincarnation, and have it, if you're going to do that, have it be more than just kill the big bad, because in Zelda, they keep fucking trying to kill Ganon.
Yeah.
Like, it's not like they're not trying to kill him or get rid of him. Like, most of the problem comes down to, we can't kill him, we have to seal him away. So, you have to understand what the character is capable of and what he is trying to achieve and how impossible that task may be. Like, those are all factors you need to consider.
Like, I think that the biggest thing is that how do you want this story to end, basically? Yeah. And that will inevitably determine how the characters actually go about, trying to break the cycle. Whether they are able to like succeed at it or not.
If they succeed,
Nintendo
then
says they don't want to.
Yeah. Yeah.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say if they succeed, it's fine because I don't need to step over you either. If they succeed, then that means you have to find a way to permanently kill the villain. If they fail, then the villain wins. I mean, that's just how the story ends. If they discover that there is no way to actually delete the villain, then what you have to do is like have the characters recognize that there is a failing battle there. I would actually, if I were you, I would look to Zelda isn't reincarnated. It's Hylia's bloodline that's cursed. Zelda, it's Hylia. Hylia's reincarnated into every Zelda. It's not Zelda herself being reincarnated. It's Hylia, sorry. My recommendation would be read or watch Full Metal Alchemist because it handles stuff like this pretty well. It'll give you a really good idea.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I love FMA's magic system. It's great.
By the way, I need to rewatch. I need to actually hunker down to watch Brotherhood. I know I watched 2003, and I think 2003 gets too much shit. I think that show is really good.
It's really good.
2003 is already better than most shonen anyway.
I despise people that are like, "Oh, just skip 2003 and just watch Brotherhood." I'm like, Brotherhood.
With how rushed season 1 is, and I mean, like, I understand, like you don't.
They speed run the Nunnally arc.
They've skipped my favorite like side story in like the early portions of Full Metal Alchemist. The mines. I forget what it's called. The one where the guy with the dolly mustache.
Oh, I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
That was one of my favorite like little side stories, and they just skipped over it.
Yeah, I was gonna say 2003 is a great you have to watch both, and ideally you would have an anime that does both. I despise the fact that Brotherhood presumes you've watched 2003 because that's the truth.
Yeah, that's
Brotherhood presumes you have watched the original anime, and I think that was a mistake. I really would have liked if they just reanimated the entire original segments with the pacing, and because like honestly, the original 2003 had a lot more mood and tension to a lot of scenes, like the like the is it not? What am I singing? It's the girl, the doggo arc.
right.
I'm
about to say Nunnally. This
that
isn't
that's
Code
code. Yeah, I was gonna. That's Code Geass.
Shao
But I know
Tucker
what
is
you're
his
Tucker,
her father's
yeah,
name.
yeah.
It's
Nina.
Yeah, Nina.
The Nina arc. Like they that arc literally is like the background arc to a larger arc until it becomes the main arc. Like it's so well integrated between multiple arcs. It takes
within an arc.
well, yeah, it's like you have an A plot arc and that's the B plot arc, and then the A plot arc kind of wraps with the whole investigation into, I believe it's all the secret labs, and then the A plot arc comes around. The B plot arc finally comes around to fruition with Shao Tucker. It's what?
No, go ahead.
Well, yeah, they built up to the Nina being integrated into, like, it took several episodes of backstory. You get to go away on a completely different arc for a couple of episodes before coming back, if I'm remembering correctly. Like, it takes time. You build up a relationship with Nina. They speed ran that in Brotherhood, and it's a goddamn sin.
Yeah, it really does suck, because and like it sucks too, because yeah, the whole Nina arc was, because that was all. Yeah, that was all leading up to when like he was getting his alchemist license, and like how Tucker was like a part of that.
Tucker was a friend.
He was, and that's what made it like that much more tragic. What ended up happening. What I was gonna say earlier was there's another. I've heard that there's another manga that the FMA mangaka made.
Yomi no Tsugai. Yeah, it's getting animated pretty soon. I was reading it, and I enjoyed what I have read. I haven't read the whole thing. I'm a little bit mixed on it, but it's pretty decent so far from what I remember.
Okay.
I would need to like go back to it.
I know nothing about it except that it was made by the same person who made Full Metal Alchemist. But so I mean that's caught my interest at least.
But yeah, we're almost done here, and then we can watch some sister leveling.
Fake tension doesn't even matter half the time. Jinwoo can literally buy an infinite stockpile of mana potions that instantly refill a portion of his mana bar. So the system fails at its only job.
That's a thing?
What?
Yes. Yeah, he's got items for everything. He got
Is there any limitation to like how much he can hold? Like, does he have to like manage like a weird ass like Resident Evil Tetris system to?
No.
Okay, what do you mean weird ass? That's like the greatest inventory system.
All right. Excuse me. Let me rephrase. A weird ass dredge Tetris system.
Fair. Hikaru says, I need to brush up on my Zelda lore. Pretty sure Ganondorf was slain in Wind Waker, but he returned eventually until he can be slain permanently. All folks can do. No. There are 3 timelines in Legend of Zelda, and I'm pretty sure he's permadead in the Wind Waker one after Wind Waker. I'm pretty sure they permanently kill him. And then he wins in one of the timelines, and that leads to the original Legend of Zelda. And then there is the Ocarina of Time adult timeline, which goes up to Twilight Princess and such. So like he's alive in 2 of the timelines and not in the 3rd, but then he kind of comes back because history repeats itself because of fucking hell, Tears of the Kingdom.
Because we need to make more games. We can't stop. We can't kill the bat. We got to make more Zeldas.
Buy more games.
Which I mean, I'm not complaining so long as they're fun.
Yeah. Anyway, but yeah, Jinwoo legitimately has like mana potions that he can almost infinitely stack up.
Every fight,
like even when he levels up, his meter goes back to full, including his health as well. So it's like, okay, that gets timed during fights as well, which God.
Okay, well, I accidentally hit the refresh, but don't worry, we got it.
Infinite stockpile of mana potions that instantly refill a portion of his mana bar. So the system fails at its only job of being a limiter. And while that works for hype, it makes
Thank you for the correction. Twilight Princess is in the child timeline and Wind Waker is in the adult timeline. Thank you.
for one of the weakest energy systems in modern anime storytelling. It feels much more like an afterthought than a system actually crafted to enhance the story. At the very least, there seems to be another version of mana present in the story that is much more intertwined with the series lore. But because none of the other characters actually matter, it's not even that relevant in the first place.
Don't really focus on it.
At the end of the day...
Yeah, it sounds bad, but that's an application, not in concept, which is where, like, I'm really drawing the line here, is that you're not discussing, again, your problem is power creep. This is the instant refill. That's an element of power creep. He has limitless energy. His power is already overpowered. Like he's got a lot of problems. It's power creep. It is all power creep. You're describing the wrong. You are attributing.
Yeah, it's a very simple problem to describe, basically.
I think I can somewhat understand what it is he's trying to say. Is that, like, without defined hard limitations on the magic system. This is what I'm trying to give him the benefit of the doubt. I feel like he's trying to say that without hard and very specifically defined limitations on the magic systems, it inherently leads to power creep. But like, yeah, like the issue is still ultimately like the power creep itself. Because even with, you can still have a soft magic system that doesn't really have like very, well-defined rules for where the magic, has limitations.
I will go to Slayers. Like in the second season of Slayers, Lena unleashes the final, I think it's the Giga Slave, I want to say it's called.
The Giga Slave,
It's the most powerful spell ever cast. It almost, like, it literally has her get possessed by the god among all gods that created the three multiverse universes, the three universes that overlap one another, and it just deletes people. But she almost dies as a result of it, and she never pulls it off again. So every other problem has to be solved through a different spell and medium. Things that we've typically seen before used in a new way, or with new combinations of friends and allies. Hell, season 3 had like the best conclusion where a dragon and a demon, mortal enemies, had to team up to defeat a universe.
To be clear, I haven't seen that yet. I have seen the first 2 seasons.
Sorry for the spoilers.
I'll forget about it.
Don't worry. Just know Philia's best girl. I love her.
Okay, cool.
But yeah, so that's it is frustrating because I understand what you're trying to say, buddy, but I feel like your video could have been done a lot better.
Yeah. Because it's relatively a very real problem that a lot of shows have, but it's also very easy to describe. And I feel like a lot of video comes from just not knowing the right words.
Yeah, it would benefit a lot more going into a little bit more in depth into like what specific mechanics of like the magic of the power systems work and which ones don't and why. I feel like some of this, while he does like go into and describe them a little bit, I feel like a lot of it is being carried under the assumption that you do kind of know a little bit about these power systems because you've seen it already, and less on like going into the deeper specifics about it.
I think more so this just leans on it when you see it, and you already know what he's kind of talking about, which kind of makes me feel like this video is pointless.
Yeah, at that point, what's the point of making a video if you're making it for people who already understands? Because like, a lot of people already understand that like soul leveling system is really blatantly broken, but it feels like kind of an easy target. You know what I mean?
Are we not going to acknowledge the critter in the room tripping on acid? That's just critter. That's her seat. She just sits back there.
Yeah. This has always been there.
Yeah.
You must be new here. Welcome.
Yeah, welcome.
Yeah, welcome.
Yeah. Glad to have
Energy systems are somehow one of the simplest tropes in battle storytelling, yet also one of the most important. They are the primary leash that keeps abilities grounded, adding an essential element that adds
pausing because I feel like this is copyright.
Weight to every decision in battle. So the lesson here is simple. The best energy systems are far more than just fuel tanks. They're storytelling tools. They create vulnerability and force strategy, and sometimes, like Jujutsu Kaisen's relation to
And they force strategy because they're a limited fuel tank. Like, again, the concept of a mana pool is nothing new, and it's not really the problem. The problem you're having is that no one is making full use of it. And when they, or if they do, they're going overboard and forgetting that it is a limitation. Like, your problem is simply application of the battery tank. You're not really talking about how the battery tank itself is the problem. Again, your focus is off, man.
Negative emotions can even reflect the themes of the story itself. So the next time you're watching an anime with an energy system present, ask yourself, is it actually consistently adding stakes, or is it just background noise?
I find mine actually adds about, salmon. Celestial Warlock, is it guys' night again? Yes, although Twi will be back next week.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. So two guys' nights in a row. Of course.
Guys get a
was
brief reprieve from Twi. Just like we had a brief reprieve from Kaiser, and you guys will never have a brief reprieve from me. I'm the one running the show, so I don't. Gotta go to someone else's stream for that, unfortunately.
Because that one detail might be the
April 1st stream.
Yeah.
difference between a fight you forget tomorrow and one that actually sticks with you for a while. Thank you for watching. Got any energy systems that you love?
Okay.
Right.
Well, leave them in the comment section.
I might actually comment on this. I might be like, hey,
Yeah,
dude,
sure.
look into Madoka Magica, look into this and that. Anyway,
Yeah,
that's that
It's,
video.
it's far away from it's not a terrible video.
Yeah. I recommend checking
he
out
seems-
PintIsHere. He's got the spirit.
Yeah, he's got the spirit.
He seems like a chill
I'd
dude.
definitely be interested in looking up any of his other stuff at some other point. Sure.
The video I linked you a couple days ago, Kaiser. His video. It was about sacrifice or characters who sacrifice stuff.
Right.
What
I've
was
seen
the
that thumbnail at other places as well.
shoot? What was it called? I'm trying to look at the link I sent you. I got to scroll up a little bit.
But that was.
why power sacrifices usually fail.
Okay.
Is that like how Uryu had to sacrifice his Quincy powers? Is that what we're talking about?
Well, there's
I
that.
don't
There's
know.
also another power sacrifice in Bleach. There's also the power sacrifice.
Yeah, that
in,
one's
wait,
a bit of a spoiler. More than
No,
likely.
I'm not asking for spoiler. I'm just saying that power, giving up your. I mean, Rukia gave up her powers for Ichigo in the very first episode.
yeah, there's
Yeah,
Bleach is something that's brought up, but there's also Kaiser. You said you've not seen Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood, or you need to rewatch it.
I need to rewatch it, but I am
okay.
familiar with what happens.
Then yeah, also the sacrifice there.
Ed at the
And
very
I'm
end, yeah.
Yeah, I believe there's some other stuff they talked about, and that one I didn't. At least when I watched a little bit of it, I didn't see anything too standoutish as far as remarkable or unremarkable takes. But yeah, I mean the dude seems chill enough.
Yeah. So go support PintIsHere. They did a good enough anime coverage there, and I feel like maybe his other videos have stronger chorus to them. It just kind of felt like this one
Yeah, probably.
he didn't quite nail the focus, but it's fine. Nothing
Yeah.
harmful, I don't think. Just a
it-
little pigeonhole.
Yeah, no.
It's better
Yeah,
than
we
a lot of the
got
videos you guys have been
Oh,
watching.
absolutely.
Yeah, I was about to say. I think the one, granted, I think. Oh, are you? Did you legit pull up Sister?
Yes, I did. Because
Oh,
I want to have Pete watch this just a little bit.
Okay.
I don't want to watch the entire.
Okay.
It's an hour long. I don't want to watch the entire thing, but I wouldn't mind reacting to this with you guys just a little
All
bit.
right. Well, we will get. All right. I mean, yeah. If we're done talking about PintIsHere, then yeah.
Alrighty.
At some point we could
There we go.
happy do that.
We live in a world where your romantic desirability is directly correlated to your strength as a hunter.
I was about to fucking
Beauty,
I beat you to
sex
it.
appeal,
damn it.
aura.
Yeah.
These are the traits that make up our world's strongest hunters. And
Will
then there
everything
was
change when
me.
the Fire Nation attack?
No attraction, no game, no race. This is my story.
Not even a Klondike bar.
And my sisters.
Oh my
Jesus.
god. Full collection part 1. Sister leveling, suffering
Everyone,
from
welcome
success.
to the Little Fairy Dungeon Raid. We have a bit of a celebrity joining us today, Jinu Sung.
Oh, hey everyone.
You're very brave, Jinu. It'd be hard even for me to come out to these raids knowing I was the world's weakest hunter.
Oh, jeez.
Oh, no,
Thank
I'm
you,
a
Jinu.
And had the world's smallest penis. It's so small, guys. All right, everyone, let's head in.
It's the size of this
joking.
walnut,
It
except
may be a
way
career
smaller.
as an internet comedian. Yeah, I've tried both.
Don't listen to him, Jinu. 4 inches is plenty big enough to become a respectable hunter.
Yeah? Well, what about 2?
Give up.
Maybe they're right. Maybe I'm just not cut out to be a hunter.
The worst thing
No,
she could say
just
is
because
no.
I wasn't gifted with the
Just leave it
strengths
to
of
that.
other hunters doesn't mean that I'm weak. I'll prove them wrong.
Punch Man.
I will be an S-class hunter! Oh God!
I love how they're using the goblin
These are level
Slayer
1
footage.
goblins.
Why is that one looking at me like that?
I was wondering if this was just cutting to Goblin
Should
Slayer.
we help him?
Oh God, please! I want to die a virgin!
Yeah.
Which, by the way, I have been following these guys for the longest time before they made this series. Like, I believe these guys,
Are they also
Bridgeboard-
Goblin Slayer abridged?
No. That's
Okay.
Grimjack.
Right.
Yeah, that's
God, that's
Grimjack
good
shit.
too.
Yeah, that one's great. But like these guys have been at this abridging game for a long time, I'm telling y'all. Like I believe they're doing My Hero right now, in a similar style.
To be fair, everyone and their
They-
mother is doing My Hero.
Yeah,
that's
of
fair,
course.
yeah.
Including the mothers, anyway. What's the word? They did Fairy Tail, I think. They did Log Horizon, I believe. They did a lot of different anime over the years. And like I was like super into the Bridge series. I still kind of am. Whenever like new ones really pop up, which they don't really anymore. I usually check them out just because they're just really funny. But these guys are really funny. These guys are like, I wouldn't say they're OGs, but they've been at it for a while.
All right.
Fuck, my bad.
Looks like we made it to the boss room without any issues. I almost died 3 times. Oh, right. Everyone
And
relevant
shot
made it without
myself
any
in
issues.
4 times.
That's fair.
No issues. I was expecting him to say, "Oh wait, 1 issue. He survived."
My wife's waiting for me at home with a peg and a pair of handcuffs. I'm not playing this stupid game.
What the fuck?
Did he just
Yeah, I don't-
die?
Simon says, no one speak.
What?
Simon says, no one move.
Oh God, we have to get out of here.
Don't worry, my hunter ability is speed. I'll get out of here in no time and get us help.
Oh, thank God. We're gonna be okay.
That's right. I'll be back before you can say, ah!
Bruh.
Well, I mean, considering he's never gonna.
Don't worry, guys.
Well,
I
at
think I
least
might
he
know how
didn't
to get us
stop
out
to
of here.
talk.
Yeah.
We're all gonna die.
No, it's simple. We just have to follow the rules of the game.
Simon says, hook up with your sister.
What?
What the fuck?
If you're not from Alabama, run!
He also what if you don't have a sister?
Why did that punishment only apply to me?
Jinu, are you okay?
Oh, maybe you're the only one with a sister.
I was actually thinking about joining the Paralympics anyways.
I'm gonna throw up.
Simon says, enter the circle.
What the hell is that supposed to mean? Oh, I don't know. I'm just gonna go out on a limb here and say it means to get in the f***ing circle!
Simon says, choose someone to sacrifice.
Oh shit!
We'll have to think this out rationally. Not it.
Well, I can't die. I have a wife and kids.
No,
No, you
goes.
don't! Your wife left you for an A-rank hunter!
Hey, fuck you, Mike! Wait, what's stopping us from just leaving?
They all left.
Juhi, after all these years, I really appreciate you sticking by my side. Juhi?
Bye.
Damn, these hoes ain't loyal, kid.
Yeah, for real.
Yeah, neither am I.
You are a pathetic waste of life. No friends. No skills. No bitches.
You know,
Not even a Klondike bar.
when you put it that way, you could just go ahead and kill me.
Game over.
Huh? I'm
By the way, this is this guy's high point. It only gets worse from here.
alive. What the hell?
Welcome to Riz Leveling.
Riz level?
All you need is
What is
skill.
this? Some sort of game?
Current Riz level 0. Beta. Cuck. Jerry.
Okay, I get it.
Starting today, you'll be able to level up every aspect of your dating life. Looks maxing, gym maxing, and even body count.
Also, I just
Okay.
want to say, sorry, I gotta pause this real quick. I just like semi-related. Jerry's voice actor plays Slade Wilson in My Adventures with Superman.
Yeah, no,
That's
Throw that out
hilarious.
there.
oh no, really?
Yeah.
Volbill
so-
says, "What the fuck did I walk into?" Well, Periodic Pete has we talked about solo leveling during the last video, and Periodic Pete has never seen sister leveling, so we're watching sister leveling just a little bit. Celtic, what do you think about Shadows of Rose DLC from RE8? I've never played it. I've watched it, and it looks lame. It's also really weirdly very far in the fucking future, so, like it's 30 years in, like it's like in the like 2030s. Bizarre. I'm excited for the DLC for 9 though. Can't wait to see what that's going to be. Anyway,
I can't tell if this
I
is
love
some
how
sort of
James
dating
Chad's
sim or
like,
red
joke's on him. I've got a brother. He's
Yeah.
like, yeah. What if you don't have a sister?
pill scam.
Just die.
But if it works, maybe I can use it to become a better hunter.
Please select a route.
A route? Nurse route, healer route, hero route. What is this? Huh? Stepsister route?
Stepsister
That's for
route
the
selected.
Minecraft.
What? I didn't mean to select it.
Genu!
Jenna?
Oh, thank God you're okay. I was so worried. You're the best stepbrother I could have ever asked for. And I'm gonna do everything I can to make you feel better. And I mean everything.
Oh God, what have I done? For the last
punishment?
time, I'm not
I'm
hooking
sorry,
up
that
with my
wasn't
sister.
the
Failure
punishment?
to complete this mission will result in a punishment.
Oh, what are you gonna do? Try to kill me?
Yes.
What? Dark? What? You're really dark.
Just like
What the
engages
hell?
the
Where am
eclipse
I?
from Berserk.
Punishment activated. Survive against the killer centipede
Okay, maybe I can do this.
for 4 hours.
Next time he fails, you gotta survive against the human centipede. Watching the movie all the way through.
Punishment successfully completed.
What the hell is this game?
New mission available. 2 nurses, 1 catheter.
Oh God.
What the fuck?
Oh no! Mr. Sun! Quick, get the catheter!
Well, at least it's not my sister.
Okay, can I just say, I had never heard of a catheter before this video.
really?
You know what? I don't.
Yeah, I never heard of a catheter until this video came out. So I looked it up and I was like, what the fuck is that?
It's a very common medical thing.
I mean, I guess it's just that nobody really says it.
Well, no
And,
one
like,
wants
I
to talk
don't
about
know-
having a tube shoved down their penis.
Yeah.
Like, I know that was a thing. I didn't know it had a name.
Nurse, get the thing that we shoved down the patient's penis.
Genu!
Wait, was
I
that?
Is it,
Oh, was that
is
what
it
I think it
bad?
was?
is it bad that I
What?
could tell that was Mushoku Tensei?
Oh, okay. Sorry, I thought it was something else.
What did you think it was?
Wait, I was in another press play again. I think I missed that.
At least it's not my sister.
Gates.
Okay, yeah.
Genu! I told you to stop looking at hentai on the family TV. It's Oh. Who are you?
Oh, Jinha, it's me.
Genu? Why do you look hot? I mean, different.
Oh, I just started following Sam Sulik's workout program, so I guess I've gotten a little more ripped.
God, that's hot. I mean, that's so cool, stepbro.
Jinha, we're not step siblings. We're blood related.
No, I'm pretty sure I'm adopted. Anyways, are you busy? Like,
They are really just that dog. They are genetics bending right now, dog.
Watch.
Do you want to Netflix and chill? I mean, watch movies together in my bed?
You know, I wish I could, but I actually
He doesn't
have
out
to
from
prepare
this.
for
If he
another
doesn't
dungeon
have a stepsister, he can't do the stepsister route.
Yeah.
raid.
Oh, okay. Well, if you change your mind, I'll be stuck in the dryer. I mean, drying my wet clothes. Because they're wet.
All right.
Do you want to
What?
What?
And y'all gotta understand, part of what makes this funny is that for whatever reason, ever since the show came out, or even probably ever since the manhwa came out, people were already shipping Jinu and Jinna hardcore. I did not think that anyone would make it a whole ass thing like this.
Dude.
No, God.
Well, I mean, to be fair, like taking the joke to this extreme and making the entire gag.
Oh no,
around
yeah.
But
I'm
like
just saying that
the
I didn't
idea,
know that-
fandoms have been shipping siblings for fucking ever, man.
I know. I was being rhetorical, okay? But like, I did not think that anyone was going to build around an entire abridged series built around this fucking phenomenon. The fact that this is probably the best thing that came out of Solo Leveling is like the craziest thing ever.
We'll only go like maybe
beautiful
20 minutes max. I kind of want to get to that one where it's them eating chicken, but I don't know if we'll make it there.
I think we'll get to that really quick. Oh wait, I remember this one. This one is really funny.
Whoa. This upgrade system has everything. They even have an upgrade section for dick size. Not like I need that or anything.
Dick size upgraded to 12 inches.
Nice.
Dog, he's trying
Wait,
to kill.
what's voice
He's
appeal?
trying to kill somebody.
Voice
Wait,
appeal
go
upgraded.
back.
What the hell is this?
Hold on a second. Wait a second. Go back to the freaking when they show the status screen. The yes.
He has 69 points. Ability.
No, you can't say that he's the Gyat assassin. No, he has to level up ass size. He put all of it into dick size.
No, he has to assassinate the Gyat. So he's
okay.
Yeah.
For y'all out there, for those unaware,
also wait,
8 intelligence. Oh my god, 8 intelligence.
I mean, it explains his decision making. Also, isn't a Gyat wouldn't another word for Gyat assassin just be assassin?
Fucking hate you.
Size upgraded to 12 inches.
Nice. Wait, what's voice appeal?
Voice appeal upgraded.
What the hell is
This
this
supposed to? Whoa! I sound sexy
This
as
is the part the VTubers like, guys.
Yada yada. Now bend over. I could tell people to do anything with a voice like this. But how is this supposed to help me raid dungeons?
It'll help you to raid my dungeon, step bro.
Yeah, sister, you can put my voice back to normal now.
You can tell that this is the part the VTubers liked.
Yes, absolutely. Man got that -1 in.
So, Jenna, have you been watching any new shows lately?
You know, I just started Game of Thrones. I really like the Lannister love story.
What about your
Of
love
course
story,
she does.
Jenna? Any guys you have your eyes on?
Well, there is one guy.
So, what did you call me here for?
It's about your sister.
Oh god.
She's really hot.
Alright, I'm leaving.
Wait! I just want to know if she's single.
How the hell am I supposed to know?
She's your sister. Well, you guys don't talk?
Honestly, I try to avoid her as much as possible nowadays.
Well, do you think she would be interested?
Are you related to us?
No.
Yeah, I don't think she would be interested.
What if I just so happen to transfer a large sum of money directly into your bank account?
Are you trying to buy my sister off me? What kind of brother do you think I am?
$10 million.
Is this actually what happens?
Welcome to the family.
No, it's not.
It'd be hilarious.
So, Jenna, how are things going with that boy you were talking about?
Well...
No, stop. We're related. Stop.
Hey, Jinu, I had a nightmare.
Yeah, me too.
I'm scared to sleep alone. Can I sleep with you tonight?
No.
Not too well.
Well, have you tried
This
being a little
shark
more
is
direct?
This running date was a great idea, Jinu. But you know, there's other ways to get me hot and sweaty.
This isn't a date, Jenna. It's just a regular stroll through the park.
Hey, how about we race? If I win, we finish this workout back in my room. And if you win... Ginu? Son of a bitch.
Dude, I love this because you know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of that one clip from Speed Racer, not the movie, but the original fucking anime, where it's like, "Hey, Speed, the driver's trying to help their sister. She's in the hospital. He needs the award money." And the dude just goes faster.
Well, what I love about this is like this has completely supplanted anything I know about solo leveling completely. This is solo leveling to me. This is all it is. And I'm all on board for this.
That as it should. I feel like
it makes me wonder how this would be if someone did a very similar thing with Sword Art Online. Like if something witty went this route with Sword Art Online instead.
Oh, I still need to watch the latter half of their season 1.
You have to. It's so
because like they ended so great with the Ironclad arc and is it Ironclad? Is that right? The first arc is the Ironclad.
I thought it was Ironclad.
Ironclad.
Yeah, it's
like
Ironclad.
That ending with the developer was just so fucking perfect. It's like I don't know, man. We were trying to crunch this thing in like 3 days, and there was a critical flaw, and I panicked, and I just locked everyone in here. It's like the best. Like they give an explanation where the show actually didn't. It's great.
Yes. It's really
Starting to think he just doesn't have feelings for me.
Oh, please. You're the most popular girl in school, Jenna. Everyone has feelings for you. The only person who wouldn't would be like a sibling or something. But it's not like you're trying to hook up with your brother, right, Jenna? Jenna?
Why are you so silent?
The guy you've been talking about is your brother! I know, it's wrong, but one day he just started looking...
Dog, imagine everybody in the class just was like, "Oh, so it's just a typical anime." Got it.
99 and 100. Jesus. Oh, Jenna, you're still here? You haven't been here the entire time, have you? Look, I appreciate you taking the time to check in on me, but... Jenna!
What?
You okay?
Oh, sorry. I was just distracted by your hot, sweaty, muscular body and how it would feel so good on top of school. Distracted by school.
Okay. How is school going anyways?
Good. I'm actually right in the middle of a sex ed class, and I was wondering if you could help me with the project?
Ah, man. I wish I could, but I actually have another dungeon raid.
That's okay. At this point, I have plenty of mental notes.
What does that mean?
Nothing.
That better be a phone, young lady.
Better be a fucking phone, god damn it! She's like, "Oh yeah, it is." Now what the fuck is on that phone?
That was my exact reaction the very first time I saw it.
It's like, oh yeah, that is a phone. It has a wireless connection to something else.
You can tell this is a guys' night, people.
Yeah.
I'm really enjoying our date, Ginu.
You mean like we haven't been bonding?
It's just a family dinner.
You know, when I said I wanted your meat for dinner, I wasn't expecting this.
Yeah, well, KFC was the only place that was open, so...
It's so good, Ginu. You're the best stepbrother I could have ever asked for.
Again, we're not step-siblings. We're blood-related.
I don't know. Dad left a long time ago, and we have different colored hair.
We're not f***ing, Jenna.
Fine.
You should just stop trying. Literally nothing will convince me to hook up with my own sister.
New mission alert.
Oh, God.
Mission title, Sister Leveling, Sweet Home, Alabama.
Bro,
This mission can
again. Yeah. None title step, bro.
not be rejected.
Like hell it can't.
Who are you talking to?
Shut it, Jenna.
Yes, Daddy.
Failure to complete this mission will result in your immediate death.
No one hears about this.
No one will hear except the neighbors.
God, I hope you're adopted.
That's the one that like I first saw first, and it was just so hilarious. I just
okay. It's so bad.
The final boss. I thought Jenna was the final boss.
Oh, it is.
Jenna?
Oh!
Hey there, step bro.
Oh, she is!
This can't be!
I think you already know what your final mission is.
No, please!
Final mission. The Forbidden Dungeon.
Alex
Raid.
Adams.
Not again!
Come slay these cheeks like a goddamn demon.
I'm worried that's AI. But...
What are you screaming about?
Huh?
Yeah, I think that is AI.
What happened?
Well, you signed up for the Little Fairy Dungeon raid, slipped on an ice cube at the entrance, and had to be airlifted to the hospital.
Really?
Well, you are the world's weakest hunter.
Oh, right. Hey, Jenna. We've never hooked up, right?
Ew, no! We're related, Genu. That's gross.
Not yet.
Oh, thank God. It was all a dream. A horrible, horrible dream.
Now take off those pants so I can inspect that 12-inch of yours.
It never ends. No ad.
I've made it to the boss.
Oh, is it Genu
Vigorous,
again?
the blood red.
Oh, no.
This might actually be a difficult
but he might
fight.
still bang you.
System, activate body armor.
Activating body armor. After these messages.
Huh? What messages?
Grass is now free.
What the hell is this?
1 of 37. This is a real power
Don't
limitation.
play by yourself when you can play with me.
Who's getting the monetization
Actually-
from these ads?
Actually, unironically, that would be a great fucking limiter for a power system.
Yeah,
You have to
well,
watch fucking ads to equip different things. and they all
You
have
gotta
different
pay a
lengths.
premium every month for this power, so you avoid the ads.
Now is not the time. Stop with these ads and give me my damn armor.
Do you wish to skip this ad?
Yes!
That was close.
Manscaped. For the closest shave to your manhood.
Another ad?
Don't trust any other razor near your...
This video is sponsored by
I will-
Raid
I-
Shadow Legend.
Oh, that's
I
coming up.
half expected them to like transition this into like an actual ad and like have him look at the camera being like, yeah, Manscaped can do this, that. Anyways, back to sister leveling, and then it ends.
Yeah.
How many ads am I gonna have to skip through?
37?
Oh, that
Are you
one.
what? kidding me?
Do you wish to skip this ad?
What the
That's like a real Korean ad. It's fucking weird.
Oh no!
I am not
Bunny?
kidding. That's real.
Do I
The
want
bunny
to
and
know
the
what's an
tortoise.
ad for?
I don't remember. It's just like it's really weirdly sexually tinged.
Is it a cunt?
Not by
Is that
accident, by the way. Not by accident. That's
Oh,
fully
no.
intentional.
Have to think of a strategy.
Watch his movements closely. I can beat him.
What are you doing, step bro?
Oh God, skip! I'm not sure how much longer I can last. He's gonna kill me.
You won't last 30 seconds. Queen has stayed in sim.
And if I get one more ad, I'm gonna kill myself.
Are you feeling down? BetterHelp will pair you with a licensed therapist who got their certification from Walmart.
God damn it, skip!
Yeah, their certification at Walmart.
I mean, BetterHelp is a scam.
Yes, it is.
If I can't fight him, I'll just have to run.
If you are feeling down, please seek a certified therapist in your local area.
Yes.
Damn it! How did he find me so easily?
Worried about people finding your location? Get NordVPN.
Damn it, will you stop with these ads so I can finish this dungeon raid?
Did you say raid?
Oh, fuck.
Oh no!
New DLC available now.
Got him.
This is really beefy.
Dude keeps getting thrown around. Are we sure he
I've come
needs
too far.
armor?
Would you like to purchase the premium subscription to bypass all ads?
I'd rather die.
I am so much more invested.
Oh yeah, same.
I solved this boat in half.
Skip.
You have successfully completed
I
all
forgot all
ads.
about that
Now
part.
the
I
battle
saw
armor.
this Flex tape.
Oh lord.
I hope this is not that long.
I can't believe I beat all those monsters.
New job title is now available. Do you wish to accept or reject?
Job? What is this?
Job title. Necrophilia.
Reject.
This is a rare job title. Are you sure you wish to
I'm not
reject?
f***ing any of these dead monsters.
Intercourse is not required.
Oh. Then what is this?
This job title will allow you to resurrect monsters from the dead.
Oh, that sounds cool. How do I do that?
You must choose a wake word.
What, like Alexa?
A word you will use to resurrect the dead.
Oh, okay. Resurrection. No, I'm not really religious. Erect. That's too sexual. Trap card. Activate. Monster reborn. No, I think that was a spell card. Pikachu, I choose you. Wake up, wake up, wake up. It's the first of the month. Get up. Wakey, wakey. Eggs and bakey. No.
Oh, I've got it! The perfect word!
Right.
You have made too many attempts. You have now been locked out of your account.
Damn it. I knew I should have gone with erect.
We'll watch. Actually, I think we got the idea.
I'm definitely watching more of this later.
Yeah, I'll
This
post
is great.
the link. It's excellent. It's absolutely
It's so
excellent.
fucking funny.
Everyone that hasn't seen it, go check it
the
out.
Abridged Boys. Yeah, they have this full series. They have all this shit compilated, and they also have a very similar My Hero Abridged thing going on.
Yeah,
they also make
is that the
shorts
one where
for.
Bakugo is like, "Oh my god, he made me his bitch"? Is that the one?
I think that might be the one. It's the one where Uraraka is religious.
Yes. All right. Well, that's all we have for today, everyone. Thank you all so much for watching. I hope you all had fun, especially there at the end where we were just watching this really funny riff of this show. I didn't want to take up too much of their ad rev because they definitely deserve it. Please go watch the full thing. It's called Sister Leveling. It's absolutely insane. Again, support the guy that we did actually cover fully here today, which was PintIsHere. Definitely had some thoughts. I'm sure his other videos are good. So hopefully you guys are enjoy that. Do you gentlemen have anything you want to announce?
Well, first off with me, I am working on the supercut of the stream that me, CBF, and Pete did reacting to Lily Orchard's newest video talking about Has-Been Hotel. So I'm almost done with that. It should be out before this weekend because I'm going to be going to a convention this weekend, so I don't want any loose ends. Of course, speaking of CBF and the rest of us, we did a collab with him on his channel talking the absolute donkeyest doo-doo about Has-Been Hotel and Charlie as a character specifically. So if you're interested in that, check it out. That is Serial Navel Gazer CBF. I'll post a link in the probably in the comments, more than likely. So yeah, stay tuned for all of that.
Yeah. And well, there's nothing that I'm working on that I haven't already talked about. So yeah, I do gaming streams every Saturday evening Eastern Standard Time. Haven't quite decided what I'm going to be playing, but I've gotten to Birth by Sleep. I'm debating whether or not to continue with that or if I should finish off the last couple super bosses on Kingdom Hearts 2. Some other people have also recommended games. I do take recommendations. I have been jotting down people's names and stuff that they've recommended, and like just last week I played Mega Man X, and we do not talk about what happened on that stream.
I need to actually check this out.
No, you don't. No, you don't. You don't.
Sketch Sam is remind everyone there's an unofficial Team Jack subreddit you can go check out. Just look for that. The only reason it's not official is I don't have time to moderate or help moderate that sort of thing. Consider it unofficial but recognized, I guess. We cannot control what goes on there, so go be with God if you go there. I'm sorry for any problems. We are not responsible. But yes. Finally, still working on Silent Hill F. That's still in the pipeline. I already talked about how it's going to be well over 100 pages, probably well over that. Fixing Ruby Volume 7's commentary. We're recording the first of 4 sessions on Saturday. That's going to be slow going because the 4 of us have schedules that just keep not lining up very well. we've got, of course, Team Jacked next week. We have Bad Fanfiction Night this week on Friday at 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We have, we're almost at the end of Shadow of the Conqueror. We've only got like 4 chapters left, and I think the next chapter is like 5. I'm pretty sure the next chapter is really short, so we might be able to do 2 tomorrow, 2 this week. Can't remember quite clearly. Go back, watch the Requiem streams. Those are up on the channel. You can go watch them. I'm trying to figure out when to stream Resident Evil Original. I want to start trying to go stream through those games as well. I want to try and get Twilight on board when we do, just so that she can, because it's one of my favorite series, as goofy as it can get, and I want her to experience with me, and probably get angry at its depiction of scientists. So I think that's about it. I don't think I have anything else to mention. Job application has been sent in for that new job. Nothing back yet. So I might not be called in for an interview. Might will be. I don't know. That could still change very much in the future. So I'll keep you guys informed of that. But yeah, with all that said, thank you all so much for joining us, and we'll catch you all on the flip side.
See y'all around.